Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara. Harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Now swim my click, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too.
Api tak kunjung padam.
Marah
Ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara. Harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh, yeah. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara. Harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas.
Tron Ares in cinemas on 9th October. A visual spectacle action adventure. Tron Ares follows a highly sophisticated program, Ares, who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. Catch Tron Ares in cinemas 9th October. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Tron Ares movie tickets for 4DX, IMAX, or ScreenX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-16 minggu ke-5 hari pertama. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Now, kalau kita tengok daripada minggu lepas, CG sudah mendapatkan slot playoffs mereka. Tetapi untuk minggu ni, 5 lagi slot untuk playoffs. Maksud tu semua pasukan akan try hard untuk mendapatkan the last 5 remaining slot. Semua mata memang berharga untuk mereka. Tapi sebelum kita dive further into the game hari ini, Rose ada beberapa announcement untuk mereka yang tengah tengok MPL ni. First of all, kita punya early bird playoffs ticket akan start jual pada 3 petang hari ini, which is in 1 minute. So kalau korang nak pergi playoffs, siap-siap phone, korang dekat Dewan Sri Putra, korang dekat rumah boleh siap-siapkan PC, laptop untuk secure your tickets. Sebab it will open at 3 PM. So for more information, you guys boleh visit MPL Malaysia punya official website. Dan jangan lupa, esok kita akan celebrate the MLBB 9th anniversary celebration di Dewan Sri Putra. So kalau korang nak datang sini, nak menang hadiah yang menarik, nak jumpa KOL yang korang suka, esok boleh datang ke Dewan Sri Putra. And of course, it's already 3 PM according to the producer. So korang semua dah boleh mendapatkan playoffs ticket sekarang. Keluarkan phone. I hope I will see familiar faces juga dekat playoffs. And bukan itu sahaja, tapi IMAX Mega Bundle is now selling online. So macam Poji tercakap tadi, korang boleh belikan kita punya Tron Ares ticket for only RM72 untuk mendapatkan 2 tiket Tron Ares dan Predator Badlands. Dan juga ada peluang untuk menang hadiah Mobile Legends Bang Bang yang bernilai sehingga RM9,000. Termasuk diamonds dengan skin, so jangan terlepas peluang ini. And of course, since Rose cakap ada celebration dekat Dewan Sri Putra pada esok, kalau korang datang 3 hari minggu ni, kita pun ada diamond giveaway. So kita ada satu campaign, nama itu Dance Campaign. So sebelum show start, kita akan tunjuk satu video kepada audience, and korang kena tengok video tu, hafal step dia, and bila kita sudah live, kita punya cameraman akan cari penonton dekat sini, dan kalau korang menari ikut the steps, korang boleh menang 1000 diamond setiap orang. Jadi bangun menari dan mendapatkan diamonds untuk anda. Last but not least, kita ada ini gaya kod. So you guys boleh isikan kod di bawah ni dalam MLBB anda untuk mendapatkan in-game rewards. Rose dah tak sabar nak mulakan minggu kelima kita. So tanpa membuang masa, mari let's show it to the casters to kickstart our day one. Casters, throwing it to you guys.
Thanks, Rose. Welcome, everybody. It's the MPL MY Season 16. Once again, here on week number 5. We are coming close to the end of the season. And of course, teams are going to be battling out for the last 5 remaining spots for the playoffs. My name is Gini Q. Of course, here today with me is going to be Slafa here at the desk. And Slafa, talk to me. Because right now, teams are in a pretty dire situation, especially considering how close the middle of the standings are to each other. They're like, what, 1 to 2 point differences?
Yeah, every single match now really makes a difference. And I know we say that a lot, but now it's real. The reality for these teams is the chance of going into the playoffs is looking further and further away for some, looking closer and closer for others. But everything is still on the table.
It's still on the table, and better yet, for those of you who've been watching this esport for as long as I have, or maybe some of us here in the arena, Dewan Sri Putra, you're invited to the MLBB 9th anniversary celebration. Don't miss your chance to become our lucky 9th winner, 9th anniversary winner. Get ready, feel the beat, watch the moves, join the fun, and dance with us. Come celebrate together. There will be a lot of exciting surprises waiting for you on that day. It's happening tomorrow, boys and girls.
Tomorrow?
So if you want to come on over, please, Dewan Sri Putra, we have plenty of space for all of y'all.
We've got plenty of seats back there. We've got plenty more matches for you to catch, which will be happening tomorrow. And who knows, you might be one of the lucky winners to get some special rewards when you come attend our 9th anniversary celebration. So make sure you guys tick that on your calendar if you're free this weekend.
Sounds like a good deal, but let's get down to business, right? SRG OG now faces off against Team Ray, and SRG are on a complete tear so far, but Team Ray is also thinking about how they're going to beat currently champions of MPL MY. But that's not the only game that we have to worry about. Let's pull up today's schedule, because the match afterwards has almost the same stakes, but luckily they don't have to face SRG. But after last week's performance, I don't know, we've got a strong competitor. It's Untitled facing off against the Homeboys.
These are going to be some pretty interesting matches overall. Untitled and Homeboys are both teams very eager for some points. Homeboys, in fact, only needs to win this one series to guarantee a slot into the playoffs, while Untitled will have a lot more praying to do, since not only do they have to clean sweep everything, but they also have to hope their opponents fail.
That's not a position you'd like to be in here, but at the end of it all, it comes down to business. Our current champions from MPL MY, international representatives with top 3 finishes in the current and the latest internationals. It's Innocent, Yum, Stormy, Sakai's alongside Cram. And this team, it just doesn't feel like they have too many holes in their game.
While it hasn't been as perfect of a season for SRG OG as compared to the past, no one can deny that they are still the giants of MPL Malaysia. They may have dropped a game against GMXK, but we know that when this team locks in, when these players get the right picks, and they have a lot of right picks, they are almost impossible to handle.
Yeah, it also feels like they're ahead of the meta currently. Whipping out the Lunox whenever necessary. It feels like they've got the draft down compared to last season, where it's a little on and off. Now we look at Team Ray with Joam, Nova X Kobar, and of course, Zayla, Nina, Arrow 404 alongside Dur. Zach QT will not be playing today.
Now, I am admittedly a little bit concerned for Team Ray. So far, they've been having a lot of difficulty figuring out what their team identity and playstyle is, and it became a lot messier when Error 404 came in to replace Dusk. And rather than going back to the basics that had been working somewhat well for them throughout the season, they've decided to switch it up again, with Zay coming in to replace Zach QT. This player has been on the bench for Team Ray for multiple seasons now, actually. Finally getting a chance to play on the stage. Is it really the right time to do so?
Well, honestly, I don't know. I don't think this is the right move for Team Ray personally, but it's going to be a really tough matchup regardless. With that being said, we're about to start these games shortly. Let's have a quick check-in with the teams on their ping test mic check.
Next week, Cok.
Normal, Cok.
Next week last final exam.
Yeah, final. Last week.
Last week of exam and last week of MPL.
No, you go to GOF, Cok. With Timbamos.
Kau panggil Res tu, kau ada layan.
Siapa?
Res.
Tak kenal.
Marshall tu.
Lagi
Zed, Marshall. Apa nama?
Dati keri.
Res.
Dah jadi huruf bi
Ya, Abang Res. Eh, bukti dia semalam.
Oh. Haziha kau.
Oh,
satu ni. Lagi perempuan. Apa nama Res? Terwijah.
Itulah Res.
R-E-Z. Oh, Res.
Marshall, Pak.
Very different vibes from both of the teams. SRG still figuring out, and hopefully their audio isn't going to be much of an issue once we start heading into the game. But at least for Team Ray, the vibes are immaculate coming in from Arrow 404. It doesn't seem too down and out, even though he's got exams this week.
Yeah, I mean, you got exams this week, but you're up on stage playing an MPL, so I get the feeling that there are certain priorities happening right now. Just like how Nova and Innocent both look like they're watching the same video or something like that. Just completely engrossed without caring about what the rest of the team is doing. Vibes are important, of course, but you still gotta be able to actually execute mechanics-wise, and I know that for most of us, we're going into this series with a clear favorite.
I mean, there's definite favorites for it, but we also specifically have to talk about the league standings. By the end of week number 4, there's no room for errors for anybody, any one of these teams, for Arrow, GMXK, Team Ray, or even Untitled. Anybody who is relatively close to Monster Vicious is actually hoping that Monster Vicious maintains their position. Right now, Untitled and Arrow has the most volatile position since they're only 1 point difference from each other, while Team Ray, and even games MY Kalantan, if they win it 2-0, that overtakes 3 teams straight away.
You could argue that out of these teams, Aero Esports going to be looking the most comfortable since they are the one with 5 matches thus far, while all of the other teams have played 6 already. Even Monster Vicious is still only sitting on 5 matches, and they're quite comfortably in 5th place. If they're able to get a couple more points, should be quite safe for them to escape this range, which means that that one singular slot, that 6th place position moving on into the playoffs in this final season of this era of MPL Malaysia is up for grabs.
Anybody can win it so far, but let's look at what you guys have to vote for this time round. Do you think Team Ray needs a new identity in their gameplay? Yes, they shouldn't rely solely on the hyper carry strategy. B, maybe, but changing now could break the momentum. Or C, no, they don't need new tactics, just better synergy. I don't know, this one's a bit, is a little lopsided. I don't think it's as clear-cut as most people would imagine. I think that court of public opinion is probably going to lean into A, but we've seen a couple of other strategies from Team Ray, and it doesn't seem that good either.
Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? Team Ray has always found themselves in this position multiple seasons in a row now, where they start off the season strong because it seems like they have a specific strategy that they're comfortable with, but then other teams realize, oh, they can only really play this one strategy, and they're kind of dependent on certain hero picks that do it. They figure them out, they counter pick, then Ray just starts falling apart.
Yeah, I think that, right, inevitably it feels like pickoff composition seems to be doing the best here in MPL MY based on going on to the statistics, but I don't know, this will be a really, really tough game for Team Ray. If they can even take 1 point away from SRG, maybe that could change their standings. With that being said, it's time for the walk-ins. Introducing our marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Thank you for your hard work. Rez, May, alongside with Nuna.
Selangor Giants OG Esports.
Still riding their winning streak after crushing Vamos and GMXK in style last week. The Red Giants stand tall and unyielding in search of foes worthy of their unstoppable might. Facing Team Ray, will they be stung by defeat or remain proudly unshaken? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the conquerors of MPL Malaysia, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports!
After enduring 3 heartbreaking defeats in a row, the pressure is higher than ever before. With their standings in the league at stake, every move now determines their fate. Can they rise against all odds and topple the mighty Red Giants who stand tall and proud? Brace yourselves and make some noise for Team Ray!
The stage would not be complete without introducing our head of league ops, Franklin, along with the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every game. For SRG OG, we have Coach Arcadia and Ozora Becky, and for Team Ray, we have head coach CJ alongside Caleb.
Let's keep it rolling with the fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Good luck to both of our competitors on the stage.
Luck will certainly play a role here, but so will skill, so will adaptability. Now that we are a few weeks into the Project Next patch, teams have started figuring out exactly which directions they want to take it, while others are still struggling to set that foundation.
SRG will be taking blue side first pick for this very first match in this best of 3. Now keep in mind that at least for Team Ray's side, they have shown that they are decently good at hyper carries, but against pickoff compositions, it can get really, really difficult. Double fighters was shown last week as well, but even so, I don't know if they want to whip that out against SRG OG. Doesn't feel like there's any polish to it just yet.
Yeah, unfortunately, although we know Jome to be a mean clutch player in the gold lane position, that is usually reserved for marksman heroes. He has only tried fighter once, and that was on the Esmeralda. And as an Esmeralda player myself, I will have to say that his performance was very much less than stellar.
I think that Arrow 404 coming into the lineup is a good idea, but he needs a hero that can actually look to push the envelope, right? Develop advantages, create openings for their teams, whether it be tank junglers, which again, has not been very popular here, despite the fact that again, a lot of those tanks do eventually get banned out when we take out Yisha and Shin. Because I feel like right now, that's the biggest problem with Team Ray. If they want to lean into Yisha and Shin, it feels like double fighters need to be the way to go.
Yeah, and then there's an unfortunate case of the matter. There are, of course, still ways that you can try to adjust the draft a little bit to still have multiple carries in different positions, but that will require a little bit more expansion in the hero pool and overall more practice in the Land of Dawn.
Speaking of practice, right? We still have 1 minute and 6 seconds left before we start heading into the game and heading into the draft. We talked to Joam, and he gave us a quote. I still want to face SRG and try to beat them since it's my first time going up against them. Even other teams managed to get a point from SRG, so I believe it's possible. To Innocent, I'm proud of what you achieved here, and I hope I can do the same too.
Ooh, a little bit of a shout out to Innocent over there, who is, of course, a PH player himself. He's been around such a long time that some people may have forgotten that fact, but Jome can definitely look up to the success that he has achieved here in MPL Malaysia and hope to achieve the same heights. It's gonna be very, very difficult though. Innocent has so far proven that he is not limited to only marksmen in that hero pool. Will Jome be able to match up?
Well, it feels like Innocent has a bit of an advantage here against Joam, but in terms of competitive career, Joam has been playing for a lot longer, especially in the MPL Philippines, right? So let's also take a player quote coming in from Innocent as his reply. Joam can try, but he won't be able to do it. There'll be a lot of Filipinos watching this match, so let's make it a good fight.
Wow, just shooting him down right from the get-go here. You would not have heard that from Innocent a few seasons ago. But SRG are looking a lot more confident on the stage these days. They know they're the kings.
We didn't call him half man, half beast for no reason whatsoever. It seems a little bit of that savage is still inside of him. But it's definitely understandable, right? International finishes for Innocent, being blessed with the opportunity to get picked up by SRG OG. And Joam, the fact that he's back in MPL MY, he's got to grind a couple more seasons before he can look for some kind of achievement of that level.
Dome has shown potential. He's shown the grassroots possibility of achieving the same heights that Innocent has seen. But so far, those have not turned into material substance. And now he is eager to make that first step by taking on the Red Giants themselves on home ground. Let's jump into the drafting phase and start off the day by figuring out what map these two teams will go head-to-head on.
Once again, thank you to all of our spectators in the arena watching locally and abroad. And kumusta to all Filipinos checking out how their boys are doing here in MPL MY. SRG on the blue side banning out the Arlet alongside the Zushin. Arlet has been a big debate, but I feel it makes a lot of sense because it's one of the few heroes that we do actually see Dur make huge impact in his games.
Funnily enough though, Dur has played Arlet 3 times, one of his more common heroes. And yet he has a 0 win rate on the pick. Despite that, SRG OG still go out of their way to remove it from the pool. So that might indicate some ideas as to what their plan is.
Hey, it's impact over win rate so far. Because Team Ray, they're at the bottom of the standings for the reason, right? Their stats this league hasn't been too great. But now the Chip, the Wanwan, the Kalia, good bans for the side of TR, and finally Fanny at the very end. Knowing that Arrow 4-4 could take advantage of this. Oh my goodness.
So those are tickets, but why does the image look like that?
Hey, I'm not gonna question it. I just know that SRG have a lot of fans in the crowd right now who are more than happy to see Stormy playing up on that stage.
I'm sure a lot of us are very happy to see how far he and the rest of SRG has come, but looks like we're going back a little bit. The SRG OG's MSC meta kicking things off with the CC first pick on blue side.
Very interesting, right? CC has been, oh my goodness, I don't know if you want to be showing your email along.
Yeah, that's a lot of details, right?
Or your number for that matter. But hey, glad that you're purchasing the tickets. Oh boy. Oh boy. Luckily we didn't get more information than that. Yishin Shin and as well as the Badang gonna get locked in for the side of Team Ray. I am all for it, but I feel like this Badang is more likely to be a support than support roam rather than an EXP laner.
Yeah, I would presume so as well. Though I definitely think that Badang EXP is not too bad a matchup into CC as well. Yes, he doesn't win the lane for sure. But if he doesn't allow himself to get pushed back too far, he will still be able to contribute quite a bit in terms of mid-game utility and team fight setup. Let's see how Team A decides to go for that as SRG lock in the Lancelot Kimmy.
Oh, Lancelot Kimmy, all right, I'm all for it as well. It's a little strange to see, mainly because again, when you see that Badang, things like Joy, things like Assassins generally don't like that sort level of disruption. That's why people didn't like Hilda when you were playing Hayabusa. Similar examples, but Lancelot has iframes to work with. And I think that, especially for the earlier stages, they've kind of buffered it up with the CC alongside with the Kimmy. At this point, priority comes into question in dangerous grass.
Yeah, especially since SRG so far has picked 3 different damage style heroes. Team Ray locking in the Uranus here. Now this is a hero that you traditionally have disliked, Gideon.
Yep.
And I have recently also grown to dislike. Why do you think it would be picked here?
Well, I think right now it's just how do you battle for the early turtles, right? How do you take advantage of those situations? Actually, you know that this could be a potential gold lane. We don't know for
Gold
certain.
Uranus?
Could be gold Uranus because again, it's Yishin Shin, right? So there's a good chance that double fighters might come into play. It just doesn't do that great in general, even against the CC matchup. Once the War Axe comes through and then some anti-heal, then Uranus really loses a lot of its effect. But he does buy a lot of time. It does mean that the TR wants to set up for potentially going for magic damage. Great Tread, Farsa is still available, and I think that wouldn't be too bad of an option.
Yeah, I think Farsa is something for Team Ray to consider. We are definitely curious about how Zaylanina is going to be able to perform on stage. This is a player that has been part of MPL technically for a while now, but never really gotten that chance to actually perform. What is his hero pool? What is his playstyle? How well will he actually synergize alongside Novak Scobar and Error 404, considering the lack of actual on-stage experience?
Now SRG is begging the question of TR, what are you going to play if you yoink away all your double fighter options, right? Are you just going to purely play tank? Are you going to depend purely on Nova X Kobar to get over that finish line to secure those points? And I think they don't have much of an option other than Lapu Lapu generally speaking, I don't think there's any EXP laner who wants to get that much in terms of lane dominance. Maybe a Freya, but really, we're pushing the limit at that point.
Yeah, a lot of EXP laners are already taken off, and I think SRG should be quite safe in banning the Lapu Lapu as well, just to completely eliminate any other options and force the Uranus into the EXP lane, where CC will definitely cause a lot of issue. SRG decides to ban the Harif instead. Looks like they're thinking this Esme might be setting something up for Dome.
Huh. Esme. Does that mean they want to play potentially Granger, potentially double fighters, and alongside Lancelot Kimmy as your main carries? If so, what would that look like, right? The main fighters are kind of out of the question. You could go for no, even if you go for like an auto attack based EXP laner, generally doesn't do too well into Badang anyways. It's just too much CC to kind of cut through. But we'll see. TR, they get their first option for Red 4, and I think Red 4, one of the most important picks on Red's side, going to really give us an idea of where this comp is going to lead to, or at least where they want to punish SRG. They go for the Lunox this time. Very safe, doesn't really give much away.
Yeah, I think this is a good option here for Team Ray. They do know SRG's mid lane matchup already, but with 2 picks still remaining, it's hard to really say for sure whether or not a pick like Farsa would be safe. So go for the option that has so far been working out as a general pickup for most mid laners this season. That was a lot of tickets.
Dear God, how many tickets? And I think it was like, what, 3?
Bringing his whole family. And relatives.
And relatives, alongside with their pets. Oh boy. Now, you see that Lapu finally gets locked in. It looks like a double fighter composition is being set up for SRG, but with no Grok, no Chip, no Kalia. Does that mean they have to go for Cho or something that can actually...
Gatot's also safe?
Gatot's okay.
Yeah.
Good means to disengage. I was thinking maybe something to force purifies from the side of Team Ray, right?
I think it's not very necessary. They already have the Kimmy to do so, but otherwise they don't really have big CC that would need the Purify to be utilized anyway. With the double fighter comp and the Gatot, now SRG just has a straight up rundown composition, and I think this was the intent as well once they saw the Uranus, because the best way to deal with this hero that's meant to buy time is to just have a composition that ignores him entirely.
Oh, that's also true, but I think the Team Ray, they've got some really good peel on their side, right? Like, nobody really threatens the Lunox, maybe the Gatot ult. They get the carry at the very end to try and deal with these tanks in the front line. Doesn't matter as long as you have true damage to kind of cut through all of it. But what do you think, Stafa? Because for me, SRG, they've got a pretty balanced lineup, except chasing people is great, but disengaging, not so great without the AOG.
Yeah, definitely. SRG, once they're in the fight, they are in the fight. Which also means that they're probably going to be a little bit more decisive with it, not really forcing a lot of things and looking to set up opportunities instead, where they can take out Team Ray in one fell swoop. I think Team Ray's comp is also not bad. Their scaling is okay, but they need a lot of map pressure initially to make sure they have space.
Yeah, this Yishin Shin performance from Arrow 404 alongside with Nova X Cobalt on this Badang are going to be the real difference makers here. We'll see whether or not it's going to be enough. Joam will be playing that carry, and hopefully he gets to his 3 items in time before this game runs out of time, because SRG are on a timer, and we know how they like to play. They don't like wasting it.
SRG OG will make the most of every opportunity that is going to be sent their way. And when you have the danger of ambush lurking around every corner in the lands of dangerous grass, the very first game shall be determined by which of these 2 teams will be able to set up initiative for themselves to claim victory in game number 1.
All right, let's jump right into it, because again, this mid lane matchup is not exactly the easiest, right? You need to make sure that they get consistent trades against specifically Zay Latino, which they are. He's level 2. He should not die
goodness.
Here. He should not die. He's able to out-sustain it, but that's the big problem, right? Level 1, you see that Yums, he's not trying to clear that wave. He's looking to trade as soon as possible. Apply that brass tax to Zaylanina.
I really feel like you should not be walking up wave against... Oh, Sky is really low! One for the dive, but they get the setup in mid lane. Zaylanina gets bursted down instantly. Nova tried to catch guys, but he gets punished for it instead. 2 easy kills to SRG.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here? That should have been a free kill onto Sakai. It's a missed opportunity from the side of Team Ray. SRG throwing up the smokes and mirrors. Great disengage. And SRG come up with 2 kills because of that.
When I did my power rankings, I had rated Team Ray to be one of the more midpoint teams when it came to early game pressure. It really does depend on whether or not they can get good positioning. And now that they've already fallen behind, we're looking at near 1k goal lead in the first minute. SRG are already looking very good.
Oh, a little too good, as a matter of fact. I think that's the worst possible outcome for Team Ray. The mid trio is now a little bit weakened, and their position over the map, especially control over that mid lane, is going to take a little bit of a toll. Arrow 404 is nearby. He's got nothing else to farm as he's full cleared both sides of the map. Oh, Skies.
Error gets taunted straight away. Skies just dashes in, executes him, and now they're picking up Novak Tobar as well, forcing out another flicker from Zayla. Nina, this is already going very bad very quick.
Yep, and you can see that Cram, he doesn't mind taking this trade immediately, knowing that they basically got that turtle for free. His ult doesn't need to be used to zone, as they should be able to clear out this turtle fast.
Oh, and they're instantly rotate over. Hume's gonna dash in with Slick and gets the taunt in, still alive with the Revitalize, and the rest of SRG are here to steal away the orange buff. And they just walk out with the spoils of war.
Calculated down to the wire. That's exactly how SRG likes to play. Having AOG in hand, giving Humes the confidence, would rather lose his Revitalize than the AOG itself. He will take that recall though. This Cram maintains pressure over the lane. Dur has basically given him nothing.
This has already turned into a massive snowball though. Even in past games, even when SRG plays, you don't usually see this much of a goal lead this early in. It's 4 kills in 3 minutes. And mind you, we mentioned during the draft, Team Ray needs some time to get off the ground.
Yeah, and this is why you can't make mistakes, right? Again, 2 times we see Yums walk up, taunt somebody. Why aren't we responding? Use your Traceless, use your Flicker, get out of the way. Don't let him take it for free.
Traction Pulse comes in, Fizzcrack cancels it out, but Nova still has Dash out. The nice Mountain Shocker stops the Phantom Execution. Otherwise, Skies might have just taken out Zay there.
Very nice, Mirror 404. It looks like he's playing a little, at least for today, a little bit better, right? Looks like the stage fright isn't affecting him as much as it did last week. And I think that's what Team Ray needed. It's 2.3k for SRG so far, with 37 seconds left on the clock, but it looks like a gank topside.
Zaylanina pops in, darkening use, but Cram, with the good spacing, already has the idea that something is off since their enemies are missing from mid lane.
Do they have information about positions? Because they could have gone for a proxy, maybe set that up a little bit better, but Nova can't hold this mid lane all by himself, and I think that Stormy is having the time of his life. That extra kill and 3 assists really putting him far ahead.
And intense multi-pronged attack. Fizzcrack comes out. Yum survives it all with the Revitalize once again. Skies looking for Error 404. Gets the damage, gets the steal on the buff all at once. And Team Ray can't even recall in their own jungle. The pressure is immense.
Yeah, Dur, he honestly shouldn't be fighting Cram at this point. He should be focusing on his waves and looking to proxy, right? He wants to be the first person to move. He can't get distracted by the little movements made by Cram at this stage of the game.
Now, it might be a bit early, Gideon, but would you say it's kind of safe to call this game already?
Not yet. I think we need to see 3rd turtle first. 2nd turtle is going to be a giveaway for sure. Oh, Nova's dead.
Nova, oh my goodness, Cram just like picking up groceries at the supermarket. Nova dies the 3rd time this game already. Skies picks up a free turtle. The timing is getting even worse for Team Ray, and oh my goodness, look at the surround in the mid lane. Zay can't even back off, has to flicker out the safety, just, oh, never mind, the burn still picks him off.
So good, purple red tree this time, not red tree, purple red tree. This is to get just a little bit of health steal. It's more than enough to take out the right target. I think worse yet, it also didn't help that the Glow Wand by now should already be finished by Stormy. You check the items first. But look at this, right? It's all about the mid lane. It's all about pressure. You make sure that the waves are clear. You move off. You make that first move.
AOG cuts off the backline. Error 404 instantly jumps on by Cram and crushed to pieces. Landshaker stuns Novak Skobar. Dur trying to buy time. Never mind. Phantom Execution comes in, pierces through the heart of the issue. SRG not letting them breathe.
Not gonna let them play the game at all. This is what happens when you don't have lane pressure. You cannot determine the tempo. And SRG playing the violin right now, and Cram, he looks so disrespectful!
Landshaker hits Joe and forces the flicker. Nova tries to play defensive, has to use flicker himself, but the current calling. Cram flickers forward! start. Skies with the puncture, killing spree over the Lancelot. Team Ray losing so much of the map so quickly. The kill score is 10-0.
They got 2 kills. They got the flicker as well. What can they not get and force out of Team Ray? With a 7.4k lead, I'm getting very close to saying that this game is basically donezo. 20 seconds left, that third turtle, and finally Nova Escobar gets the Thunderbelt. Bit late to stack now, but hey, at least he got it and rushed it first item.
We're looking at a situation where the eldest sibling clearly got a new game and invited all his younger siblings to play with him. And the mastery difference is on another level entirely. We have a bit of recall communication happening here as Error 404 is more than aware that this game is basically out of their hands now.
Yeah, there's nothing much he could really do about this, right? I think he could try to look to clear up and try to sneak an invade, but right now the coverage from SRG, making sure that there are no gaps in the jungle, no left of the map unchecked. It is difficult to slip through the defenses.
Team Ray trying to gather around the top tower. AOG comes in, curtain call, and the traction pulse locks in Dur. Multiple ultimates used by Team Ray, but they're not able to counterattack at all. SRG getting free reign.
And this is just a simple skill check coming in from SRG, right? They're saying, hey, if you're not going to do anything about it, we could have waited for that wave, gone for the AOG and sieged you out. But instead, we just want to see if you're going to make the mistake in the first place. Look at Dur!
Never mind, he's gone. Where did he go? It's like he never existed. SRG picking them off left and right. 10,000 goal lead in 8 minutes. This is one of the biggest snowballs I have seen in the history of MPL.
And still, top of the charts in terms of damage, it's Cram for some reason. Even though Sakai's his power farming has been good, and finishing the endless battle before even considering the Hunter Strike, right? He does have a Fury Hammer already complete, so he can still lean into it if he wanted to, but right now... Oh!
Nova with the 3-man fist crack, but the Revitalize comes out, and Team Ray does 0 damage! SRG dives the backline, AOG cuts things off, and Skies is here. He's late to the party, but is not too late to join the fun. They are destroying Team Ray. Cram finally falls, the first kill for Team Ray the entire game, but it is a 4v2. Nova Escobar loses half his HP in an instant. No more minion wave up top, but SRG will have another one pushing in mid. Another inhibitor tower will fall. Do they want to force this? Looks like the answer is yes. Dirk cannot even buy time, but Error 404 and the rest will respawn, and SRG will finally back it off.
2 inhibitors off of the very first push, and that is just immaculate, right? The Lord hasn't even spawned at this point. This game is done for. Checkmate angle has been set. And now, wow, even as SRG plays the grand finals, early bird tickets have been sold out. So if you've not been fast enough, we already warned you. 10 minutes! 10 minutes! Then it was sold out. That's what our producers are telling us.
The tickets were literally sold out, and probably the amount of time it'll take SRG to end this game, actually. Wow, you guys are on the ball! And hopefully we'll have a really exciting grand finals for y'all to catch at the end of the season. But for now, we are witnessing the end of Team Ray's hopes and dreams.
Very difficult. Very difficult for them right now. So far, uncontested and unable to get the items necessary to scale. You see that TR trying their absolute best on the base defense. Their high ground just cannot deal with it. Cram is able to just completely disrespect the space entirely. He's not worried about anybody.
Yeah, Cram is basically doing the job Dur is supposed to be doing. And now 10 minutes in, the Lord is already pushing. Mountain Stalker comes out. Innocent is just on top of Error 404. A nice fist crack comes out from Nova once again, but the rest of Team Ray is completely scattered. Brilliance has to be used defensively. Lord is still alive. Crystal dropping 40%. Dur trying to drop time, but double kill goes to Cram. And SRG OG. And one of the cleanest games I have seen all season. Like it's not even a competition for them. Secures game number 1.
Nicely played by SRG. No problems whatsoever. Just another day in the office. Team Ray, unfortunately, the early game went completely downside to Nova Escobar, as well as their mid laner. Just unfortunate. Really unfortunate. They have to be more respectful about that taunt.
Wow. We already knew that the early phases of this game would probably dictate the pace, but none of us would have expected it to go so far so quickly. SRG OG instantly locks in the pressure, and by picking up kills left and right, secures mid lane prio, then jungle prio, then the map is just theirs.
Again, some bad miscalculations at level 1. They thought Yums was going to focus on the wave clear. Nah, he went straight for that trade, and that's to be expected with Kimmy's. This is something that teams need to recognize, right? As soon as something changes, you have to understand, hey, we can't be doing this anymore. We have to be a little more respectful. We missed out on timing, that's no big deal. We can still pull back because again, none of them lost battle spells. None of them truly needed to go for a full recall as well.
I really do wonder why Zay decided it would be a good idea to walk up so far in the mid lane at level 1 as a Lunox versus Gatot Kimmy, right? Unfortunately, the days of Badang Rome being just the one-all answer to everything are behind us. It's a strong hero for sure, but his early game presence is very much lacking compared to the overall durability that the Gatot provides. And with that, Stormy is just pelting you the entire time.
Exactly. I mean, the Kimmy lanes are very, very volatile, especially if you're playing against it, so you just have to take so much damage. With that being said, though, without further ado, let us announce the MVP of this game. Match number 1. Let's give it up for SRG's one and only Kram. Once again, knowing how to push the envelope is one thing, but to do it in his fashion, it feels like you're really getting no space whatsoever.
Kram really popping off this season as a whole, actually. He's well aware of the fact that he's one of the few players on SRG who hasn't been honored with one of those end season awards, and he's really looking to get it this time around. 8, 1, and 4. The only kill that Team Ray were actually able to get, and that was from him just completely disrespecting boundaries regardless. It's classic Lapu build, even goes for the Oracle just to greed it out because he knows how far ahead his team is.
Yep, way too far ahead, and you can see how greedy his build is, right? Instantly, after finishing off his War Axe, he's thinking, all right, I can go for Oracle, I can also go for Brute Force Breastplate. Again, Brute Force Breastplate, particularly good in this matchup because a lot of the CC from the side of Team Ray, the hard one, specifically coming up from Nova X Kobar, is manageable, especially when you have the Raging Slash ready to go. But worse yet, it allows you to kind of bypass the Uranus, right? That slow is not enough with the raw movement speed that you get from War Axe on top of the Brute Force.
And this is why we keep wondering why Uranus is being picked up. You really need to win lane with him, otherwise he becomes a non-factor entirely. No utility, not even as tanky as he used to be. Kram, without needing to rely on the stacks, is more tanky than Dirt is going to be for most of that game because Team Ray can't even break through the first line of defense. It's so easy for SRG to just wait for the perfect chance to jump in and melt someone.
Yeah, and I think that at least there's no such thing as Uranus quote-unquote winning the lane. He just forces priority upon your opponents, right? With first rotations coming in from SRG, starting from orange all the way back up towards the top side of that map, doesn't allow Dirt any opportunity to go for the proxy in the first place. That's the thing. Uranus is actually really, really manageable if you have a team that you can call upon for aid, because 2v1, sure, maybe Uranus might be able to make it out if he has max stacks, but if you're sending 3v1, worst yet, you have a Kimmy with weakness finder, there's no running away from that.
I think once Team Ray lost out that mid lane prio, the game was basically half done already because Uranus and Carry both need a little bit of time and space in their side lanes, which puts a lot more pressure onto the mid trio to actually make things happen. Either they get things started strong by getting kills, or they just play it safe and don't give SRG an early lead. But we all know that that second factor did not come into play at all. Zay walked too far forward, Nova got picked off multiple times, and without their mid-roam duo, the rest of Team Ray can't do much.
Yeah, I mean, their entire early game foundation was based off of Lunox's laning phase and Nova X Kobar. That's why, as much as I want Arrow 404 to play this game, he was trying to power farm, he was trying to get involved, but the mid-trio, if we compared Lancelot to the Yishin Shin misses that boat. It's kind of nothing you can really do, and the only killable target is Stormy, who is getting protected time and time again.
I mean, looking at the damage dealt overall is just night and day. The highest damage dealt on Team Ray was 30,000 from the Uranus, which is close to how much Innocent was doing, and he wasn't even part of most of the fights.
Yeah, that's true. He wasn't really. I mean, at this point, I'm ready to move on, right? Because this was such a one-sided game, 10-minute game, in a matter of fact, one of the stronger closers from SRGs, with every lane not giving a single advantage. That's when you know there are some problems, and I think that Team Ray need to start picking and choosing what they want, because as much as they want to play a composition that's like, oh, we want to scale towards the later stages of the game, maybe have some high ground defense to clear those waves, and I think that's a big problem. They're not thinking about the waves, they're thinking about like per matchup, per capita, what does our 5 do better than your 5?
Yeah, unfortunately, Team Ray is in a situation where they're attempting to either reinvent the team or find a footing that's been missing when we're already in week 5 of MPL Malaysia. It's already too late to have that. At this point, you just gotta rely on what you know works just to get the points to hopefully get you to playoffs. And if Team Ray is busy trying to figure out how to play their individual responsibilities, you can forget thinking about outplaying the macro.
I mean, they gotta work on this, right? As much as I believe the 5-on-5 draft, it makes a lot of sense, but the early stages of the game was played horrendously. Early game especially, right? Moments like this, how are you getting taunted by that? You can't be getting taunted like that, man. You have Traceless to work with, and even so, you shouldn't be Tracelessing or visibly showing your Traceless in the middle of the lane.
And unfortunately, Dur's lack of presence here is very clear. He's literally standing between team and Error 404, and SRGs just decides he's not even worth paying attention to. He's not able to buy space at all. The rest of Team Ray not given any chance to farm or scale. SRG slowly closes it out. There's really not much more to say about it, because I'm imagine most of you guys watching at home are aware of how it has happened.
Yep. Now, this engagement was particularly good from Nova X Kobar, but this also shows how devastating an early game can potentially get, especially at a 10k mark, especially when you don't have anti-heal. Worst yet, when Cram is already breaking level 13, he has way too many base stats to work with. There is no way you can deny him that damage.
Skies was also level 15 as well by the 10-minute mark. He was just farming the entire map, while the rest of his team was standing in front of Team Ray and not letting them pass the security lines. So going into game number 2, we need to see some big shifts. In fact, I feel like I have to bring up the question, is it time to go back to Dusk?
Oh boy, I don't know. I personally don't know. I think that they need to ditch the Yishin shit. I think they need some better impact, especially since Arrow 404 might be able to force some ganks. It feels a little sad to see that he's forced to play Yishin Shin, right? You're setting up ganks, you're giving information to the rest of your team, but you can't make an impact until either, yes, the situation presents itself, but you can't really force it either. So let's look at what you guys have voted up on the screen. Do you think Team Ray needs a new identity in their gameplay? As part of public opinion, I was correct. A, 38%, but only 7% off from the other two answers.
Yeah, actually a very close vote here from all of you guys, where yes, the A answer ended up being the winner, but every single answer had 30% split. So a lot of y'all are also wondering what actually is the correct path forward for Team Ray.
Yeah, I think a lot of it just comes down to, hey, let's just play a style that allows us to at least get priority, right? Go back to the pick-off style. You can go into, like, I don't know, Cho Beatrix, Kaja Beatrix. It doesn't really matter here for me. Nothing seems to be working anyways, and now that you're facing off against like double fighters, you might as well have laners, or at least go back to a style where you can actually support Joam.
It's a tricky situation because when the season started, there were definitely a lot of flaws coming in from the players of Team Ray, but it just so happened that those flaws were manageable for the hyper carry style they were going for, right? When Joam was dictated as the singular carry, Dusk and ZaQT being more supportive players worked out for that. Dur would often throw his body too far forward, but there's no issue of him sacrificing himself since Joam is just meant to survive the damage. But now that they're trying to play something more balanced, it becomes that much more important for every player's responsibilities to be fulfilled correctly.
Oh, talking about responsibilities, I feel like the biggest letdown for me has been Dur. There's so few heroes that he actually can make an impact on. And again, I love seeing him play things like Arlet, but then you start to remember, yeah, he played Fulvius that one time, not as good, but the Terizla does do well. So there's that give and take.
There is something, but he's doing something on the stage right now. Looks like if you guys were paying attention earlier, we have a dance campaign happening for some of our fans to maybe win some diamonds here.
Hey, I mean, it all starts with learning this dance. Keep in mind that these people who are dancing have a chance of getting 1,000 diamonds. We have Dance Cam up on the stage to show you exactly what these moves are going to be. And this is for our 9th anniversary, a time to celebrate, a time to dance.
Okay, I feel like we're asking a bit too much of our fans right here. I know in that position, I would not be able to follow along with what is happening on that screen, but let's see what our fans are capable of here, because we know Poji is definitely winning the fight.
Just give it up to Poji here. Go for
hold on.
Wait.
Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, they're going for it. All right, now the official beginning. Who is going to be the winner of our dance-off? Oh, all of them doing very well. That includes Poji as well, of course. Shout out to him.
He's got the value. Oh, he's got the vibes. All right. I think these guys, they needed a quick look, all right? Let's give them a refresher.
All right, let's look at the video one more time.
All right.
Everyone watching at home, pay attention
Cross
to the moves.
Spin. Left hand, right hand, cross, flying down. Farsa, another point in the sky. X downwards, cross, lift overhead. Right hand, I think. Yeah, right hand spin over, left hand pull down. Sign language, I think.
I don't know, man. I gave up following a long time ago.
Actually, it's not too hard. There's 3 sections to this dance. All right, we'll see whether we can memorize it some other time. Thanks, Poji, so much. And thanks to our dancers up on that stage. That's 1,000 diamonds in the bag for the 9th anniversary.
Thank you very much to our fans for participating. And if any of you guys watching at home feel like you're confident in your dance moves as well, make sure you guys drop by sometime this week. I think there'll be more opportunities for you to earn some diamonds with your dance moves.
Yes, now Team Ray in the deliberation of trying to figure out how they're going to be able to deal with these styles of compositions. And SRG on the other hand, nothing to worry about. They felt no resistance dealing with Team Ray. They got away with everything that they wanted to, but it looks like Arrow 4-4, he is not out of spirit just yet. Team Ray will now be on blue side, first pick.
Looks like they're not planning to sub out any players for now, sticking with the same composition from game number 1. And hopefully they will be able to figure out a better way of attacking the Red Giants here, because that was just a one-sided slaughter. We basically got no opportunity at all to see what Team Ray was capable of.
Yeah, really didn't get to see much out of that composition. And worse yet, I think
is
they
Poji
had
a Marshall now?
He is now. I hate the fact that he's wearing an MPL Singapore jacket as he does it. But our local troll
is that allowed?
Going at it.
Can we get him off the stage?
I mean, it's fine. You know, Singapore needs some love too. I've been hounding on them for so long that it feels like okay, they need a bit of a breather.
A little bit, you know, but just, you know, they're our sibling. They're our sibling MPL, and you know how sibling relationships are.
Yep.
You know, when we're on camera, Gideon, we're not allowed to like them.
As long as you can put my voice to my face, you know that I'm not going to be liking Singapore. Until my face is gone, then it's like, man, I feel bad for these guys. To be fair, they just started their MPL not too long ago. They've only had their first week. There's much to be excited for with new roster changes and revamps to a lot of the lineups. Speaking of which, let's see how the drafting phase is going to begin.
I feel like we really didn't get to see Dangerous Grass come into effect at all last game because of how quickly it ended. But let's see what map we are going for in game 2, and it is a Broken Walls this time. 100% win rate for SRG on this map, and it definitely facilitates strong early rotation and potential tank junglers.
All right, let's see what the draft is going to start looking like. Calvia, chip bans, no surprises from Coach CJ. On the opposite side, I love the fact that Coach Arcadia is getting rid of the Boxia. This is something that I was wondering whether Team Ray was willing to put Arrow 404 on, because it would have been a great counter specifically to the early game, as well as the Kimmy, which has been highly contested these past few weeks.
It has been a little bit up and down though. It really depends on how well you're able to actually set up for the Kimmy. Because we saw previously when it was played by a CG Esports, even Chiku ended up getting harassed quite a bit when he was playing on that hero. So you've got to make sure to pair it with the right roamer.
Let's see. Angela also gets banned out alongside with the Fanny. Slight adjustments from Coach Arcadia. And I like it, right? Because Broken Walls is one of the few maps that you can really start to think about these neutral objectives differently. There's two sides of the Turtle or Lord Pit that you can play from, and your tier 1s matter so much in these types of maps, mainly because it gives you a place to fall back to, and it gives you multiple directions of which you can fall back to.
And remember, this is the map that allows you to approach both the Turtle and Lord Pits in 2 different directions as well. So having heroes that can take that space, stand in front, and buy time is very, very important. It's why heroes like Grok get a lot of priority here as well, since he can also create walls to make up for some of those missing ones. Kimmy, the first pick for Team Ray.
Yep, I think that it makes sense. You see the Baktia gone on the opposite side. It feels like a strong first pick. And now, SRG, 2 things that they can do. Either ego challenge and lock in a Lunox just to show them how the matchup is going to be played. Or B, just go for an assassin-style jungler. Hayabusa does very well into Kimmy's. Not much you can really do once that shadow is on top of you. Joy as well does very nicely into it. And it looks like it's going to be Lancelot alongside with the CC. So again, just burst damage, look for your targets, cut them down.
Basically the exact same opening from SRG from last game as well. This time on the red side. Going for the instant CC first pick and then the Lancelot for Skies. So far, Skies has been playing a lot of Lancelot this season. He's been getting a lot of practice on the hero. Now Team Ray will have the opportunity to respawn. You definitely want to try and put a better matchup into the EXP lane this time.
How good of a matchup is it going to be, though? The CC is such a strong opener. I think at this point, Team Ray might want to just consider Lapu Lapu. But it's hard, right? Because you're thinking that EXP laners is not only to generate space, but to also actively affect these neutral fights. But with iframes, there's a good chance that you can miss out the CC. So they're going to hold off on their EXP pick. They go for Harith alongside with the Hayabusa this time, which is an interesting option.
Harith and Hayabusa. So SRG's previous ban may have been closer to the truth than expected. Definitely seemed like Team Ray wanted to set up this hero pick for Jome. Maybe something that can help him win out lane and carry that mid to late game. SRG now have the option. What are they going to grab here? Their third pick in the previous game was the Kimmy, which has been stolen away. Either they go for the Lunox to make sure mid lane doesn't get banned out too much, or they can even go for a very early Esmeralda just to make Jome's life difficult.
Yeah, but then you instantly reveal your 2 side lanes, right? I think they can hold off on that because they still have plenty of other options. They go for the Brock instead, which I'm all for, right? Good ways to peel from against your opponents. Oh, somebody's actually going to roll for the aspirin skins. Okay.
Just do the 10 pull, man. You're on camera. Just do the 10 pull.
Do the 10. Do the 10, man. He's really going to make us wait one by one.
Okay, we got the Moto Drifter skin. Yeah. Any more? You're going to pull any more, sir? Just do the 10 pull at this point, right? That's what we want to see. Okay. Maybe he has better.
Oh, wow, bro. Wow, so exciting. Yeah.
That's just Brody the hero, right?
Yeah, that's just Brody.
I didn't actually know that was a possibility.
Oh, yeah, you get heroes too. Oh,
that's something nice. Oh, wait, hold on. No. It's just Bane, but green.
Oh, man. It's Bane.
I will choose my own
I don't know why this skin is so,
oh, that's kind of nice. Venom Grok.
That's a classic. That's a classic. Everybody loves a Venom Grok every once in a while.
Yeah.
Come on. Give us an aspirin. Let's see that pity. Which one are you going to get? You going to get Guinevere? You going to...
Is that it? Are you done, sir? Looks like he's done.
Should have done the 10 pull.
Yep.
Should
he basically
have
did
done
a 10 pull. It would have been faster.
It would have been faster, but he wants to, really bring that.
Maybe he wanted the screen time.
I've been paid to do this. Say less. I will take up all the screen time. Now, the second half of the draft has been... this one's a little amusing. Once again, SRG giving a lot of respect to the impact that Dur is able to bring with the Arla, but also kind of ruins their composition if they are trying to set up for a double fighter again. But without the Kimmy, though, I don't know how they're going to set up the double fighter.
I feel like it's still possible, considering that if you go for, let's say, the Esme in the gold lane, just to counter the Harith. Both Esme and CC actually do an okay amount of damage while being fairly tanky, then land scales super well. If you finish off with a Lunox, I don't really think you need a specific late game core.
Oh, that's also true, but does it benefit their combinations? I think the Lunox makes a lot of sense, and Team Ray, probably the onus is on them to ban it out since they've already got the Kimmy in the first place. And we see that the Uranus gets banned out here. Makes a little bit of sense because, again, you've already got 2 magic damage dealers, both of which need to chase their top opponents down, ideally keep them in one spot, and Uranus sort of does that in his own little way. He shreds MR at the very least. That's why
I guess so.
Like Farsa and stuff. Eve.
I still really feel like Uranus is getting a lot more prio than he should be. But, well, I am just the caster, and they are the coaches, so maybe they know something we don't. Looks like Lapu Lapu is going to be the final ban for Team Ray, which means that Lunox is open, Esme is open.
Yeah.
I don't really know if this was the right pick.
Okay, so they can go... I'm thinking what else they can look to combo with, right? Because if they're leaning back into that early game section, I think that Kadita probably should be a pretty good consideration for Team Ray. Also forces opponents to actually take Purifies, maybe even try to hold on to their flickers if you are the gold laner, and pray that everybody else is able to peel for you and open up that map. Lunox, by far the safest.
Lunox should be SRG's pick here. I don't really see why they would go for anything else, to be honest. Unless they really want to lock in the Esmeralda first, since they already know Team Ray's mid is the Kimmy. Oh, okay, they go for the Kagura instead.
They're making it a little spicier. Kagura's pretty good at poking out, especially with her long range against the Kimmy. But once Kimmy is charged up, the trades become a lot harder. But with the mobility that Kagura brings, you can kind of make it difficult to be a consistent moving target, right? When you're trying to like track them down with the regular auto attacks. Team Ray, now they see the option of Kagura. They need to worry about maybe their backline getting blown up once again with the Badang. Badang makes a little more sense. Won't be able to catch the Kagura as effectively because she has an inbuilt Purify and can move around a lot. Oh, but they're also getting at least the Esmeralda on their side. No counterplay so far to the Harrow.
Okay. Personally, I don't like the Badang here. You are giving Yums more walls to work with, which I think is not going to be ideal.
That's true.
And you don't really do a good job of locking down anyone on SRG.
I mean, disruption to the Lancelot, sure. I mean, as long as you're making him dodge, sorry, not dodge, but punching him out of place and canceling out at least one of his resets for his puncture, I think that's worth it if you can make it happen.
I wonder if SRG might go Bane.
They can go Bane.
They could go Bane, but the safe would be Granger or Claude, and it looks like they're hovering Granger. Yep,
all right.
Granger it is.
Yep, it is going to be Granger this time. And does Harith want to take Purify? Probably not, but there's also no reason for SRG's Granger to take Purify, so I'm really not too worried about this.
Yeah, it's gonna be a generally flicker game here for both teams, I think. For Harith to get out of the Tectonic Charge more easily, for Granger to disjoint the Ogi Shadow kill. Scaling is pretty solid on both sides, but I'm once again worried about the potential lack of pressure from Nova X Cobart. This Badang, I don't really know how much he's going to be able to get done on the map.
Me neither. I mean, they've got Kimmy, right? So that's going to be the main catalyst for their squad to apply damage on their targets early on. But I sure hope that Nova X Gobar takes like either a concussive blast, something that I can actually speed up that mid lane clear if they want to focus purely to rotate towards Jom, because he's going to need resources. And unfortunately for Dur, good luck, you just got to survive, right? It's not flying clouds, so you just don't take too much of a brass tax.
The walls are broken down, and that just means we're going to be witnessing an all-out brawl right here. It is a matter of survival for Team Ray with only a few matches left in the season. If they want to keep their playoff dreams alive, they need a victory here against none other than the Red Giants.
All right, let's jump right into it, because again, the game was basically done for right at the very beginning. Yums affecting the waves, trying to pull it as close as possible. Don't worry, Zaylanina. He's already level 2, but I'm more worried about Dur because this is a pretty impossible matchup for him. He hits level 2 and Cram doesn't mind losing a little bit of EXP. If he can cancel out that regenerate, that would be perfect, and he gets it as well. It's all about lane control here.
Now, I also have to note, Team Ray has 3 Purifies. Do you think that's a little bit too much?
I don't think it's too much, especially considering what Grok brings to the table. Oh,
speaking of Grok, Yum's actually in some trouble. A nice stun from Stormy. He's going to be jumping on Zay, forcing out the anti-grav thrusters. Nearly takes him out. Now Stormy, the one in some trouble, gets locked down by Nova, but still has the dash away.
Very close trades here. They did not get... Oh, Flicker.
Innocent in trouble. Error came in. Level 3 gank on the Granger. Actually gets it. Too late on the Flicker. Error 404 picks up the first blood.
Very late on it, but to be fair, he was already tagged with the Shadow, so he was going to die no matter what. And Innocent just wanted to wait until the very last second to do so. Now, we see first blood for Team Ray. And this is what I was talking about, right? Arrow 404 now has some form of like early impact more so that he can forcefully get involved in these ganks compared to their opponents.
Yeah, level 3 gank on the goal lane is probably the best call that he could have made, actually, since you're unlikely to get a kill on Cram, and Innocent is already pushing up the lane. Also, we have a bit of an in-game fun fact here, where Yumes has become the first player to reach 200 wins in MPL MY history.
Wow, okay. Considering his debut and the long winning streak that he's had, it's pretty tough to imagine 200 games that he maybe should have hit it sooner once he already joined SRG's side. But now, see the very first turtle already open up here. See that both junglers are hitting that level 5. For Sakai, he's going to take his time because his team has full vision, so there's nothing to force.
Neither Yumes nor Nova have level 4 yet, so they don't have to worry too much about that. Yin Yang Overturn comes out. Nova gets a 3-man fist break into the Falling Star Moon, but Sky still secures the turtle anyway, and he's diving in. The 2-man puncture, double kill for the Lancelot. Stormy gets picked off in the backline, but Dur has gone too far, and Tectonic Charge sets up the triple for the Sky Prince.
You would have imagined that Yumes was going to use that Tectonic Charge earlier. Oh no.
Error 44 really wants this buff. I think he did get it.
He got it. Oh boy. Both didn't have Retry, to be fair, so it was a clean 50-50 from either side. But now you're seeing the major EXP difference here. Yumes to Nova X Kobar. Nova X Kobar hasn't even hit level 4, and Yumes is already at least 70% of the way to level 5.
Which is a shame, because Nova got a really solid fist break in the turtle pit there, but the rest of Team Ray wasn't really ready to follow up on it, nor do they actually have the damage just yet this early in the series. So SRG still were able to take a 1k lead for now.
Well, actually, they do have the damage with Zaylanina. The problem is that Zaylanina on Kimmy, it's not very bursty, right? It does take a little bit of time, and if you can apply it to multiple targets at once, that's always a good time. Oh, Nova Escobar having to dash over the wall for now. But I just want to make sure that people recognize that Stormy, he is gunning for that back line. He is looking for Zaylanina, knowing that he's going to be the majority damage dealer.
Oh, wow! Nova is gone. Tectonic Charge into the full combo. SRG waiting in the bushes. Zaman Force comes out. Ogi Shadow Kill can be used on Stormy and Innocent. Nearly takes him out. Flicker comes out. All of them are so low. But SRG escapes.
Oh, frustrating. It's got to be frustrating. They're putting them so low, but still finding no cigar. Cram, he's controlling this lane extremely well, right? He's even calling upon the rest of his team to be ready for this turtle because of how much lane pressure he's developed. He's making sure that Dur doesn't feel comfortable, right? Every scenario we've seen so far, Dur getting 1 kill, that's great, but he also died and missed out an entire wave, which is why we see this EXP lead from Cram.
But you could argue that Cram also hasn't really been allowed to leave the lane all that much, thanks to the Esmeralda's wave error is taking so much damage just from Yumes here. And that means that SRG has been taking 4v4s without one of their main setters in the CC.
Yep, they're just denying plenty of kills, right? They gave away early first blood, and they don't want that mistake to happen again.
Curtain Call comes out, Traction Pulse going to miss. Nova manages to flicker over the wall, and Team Ray will back off.
That's exactly what you want to see from the side of Team Ray. The way that they back up here is extremely important. Oh, okay, no. Sakai's not going further than this. Mid lane gets clear, but look at top side.
Of Jome already backing off. He sees Innocent's positioning. He knows that he's being ganked. Gonna play it safe instead. SRG instantly transitions to the orange buff. Error will survive, but he will lose that objective.
Slowly take their time. Cram is in a phenomenal position, right? 2-level lead against Dur. It's untouchable. This lane is so done for. And with topside, tier 1 already broken. I'm waiting for the lane swap for Innocent to actually head down to the bottom side of the map. He's probably going to double wave off of the mid lane first before heading down.
Innocent, while he did get picked off quite early on, has been given a lot of space to farm now. Yumes looking for the setup. Fist Break comes out. Fist Break, all of it used on the Grok. Tectonic Charge comes in, gets 2-man. SRG not really interested in forcing that fight.
It was an attempt, but Innocent can't get in. And more importantly, Stormy was not in position to actually capitalize on it either.
Here comes Skies, not quite able to steal the purple. Team Ray secured that one, but we can already see their rotations becoming more and more defensive as the game goes on.
Very honest for now. But I love the spread of resources, right? They're switching out Stormy, they're sending Sakai's downside alongside Cram. They're going with this 2 and 3, which has been working out really well for them as long as Yums has the long-range damage from Granger's Death Sonata to get involved when he does decide to initiate.
Curtain call comes out, Novak Tobar forced back. We can see a 4-level difference between him and Cram. Very difficult to actually take any space there. Yums gets hit with the Falling Star Moon, but he is scouting out information. SRG looking to set up in the mid lane for another turtle.
Gonna make the attempt here.
Cram gets pulled in with the traction pulse. Dirt gets murdered in the mid lane by Innocent, and the Ogi Shadow Kill finishes Cram off.
Oh, 2-prong fights, but here comes the conceal!
Tectonic Charge finds 2! With the concealed flicker, and error 404 has been taken off the internet. Sky is looking to dash in for Zaylanina as well. Oh my goodness, that damage at the wall sets it up for Innocent! Double kill to the Granger, sniping from the backline. Summon Force comes out. Yums is so low, but Jome knows he cannot go any further.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game, and that he does not want to play just yet. He needs his items. Yums is just really strong right now. And as we see, SRG already developing a 5.9k lead. Maybe Team Ray might survive longer than 10 minutes. Their mid-tier 1 is still standing, and there's 80 seconds until the Lord spawns.
But I think it's a sad case in itself that we have to point out that they're able to survive longer than 10 minutes. That should normally be considered the usual for any game of MLBB. Goes to show just how impressive SRG is.
Making sure that all the pathways are going to be locked off, or at least have some clean vision. Yums has been able to get across.
Error 404! Oh, what a mistake! Literally ran into the headlights and got shot down by Innocent with the Tectonic Charge set up as well. SRG not even letting out the pressure. They're continuing to push Team Ray back into their base.
Oh, they cracked him. They've cracked him wide open. Are they going to do it again?
Oh my goodness.
Wow, that was with the yin-yang overturn. I wasn't expecting that much damage.
There basically just doesn't exist at this point. Team Ray just basically doesn't exist at this point. The amount of damage that SRG is outputting in such short bursts is preventing them from making any sort of play at all. And even though they were slowing the game down more so, it's already a 9k lead in 9 minutes again.
There we go. Are they looking for at least the bottom inhibitor? No, it doesn't seem like they'll be able to break it open just yet, but they're trying to bait out a reaction.
And SRG is just not biting the bait. Yums literally just standing there. Oh, Tectonic Charge comes out and Dur is gone again.
What did I tell ya? Baiting out. Just baiting out their targets. 8.9k lead for the side of SRG. About to turn into checkmate angle once they secure this Lord. How are they gonna fight this, right? Because I'm trying to think, how does Era get sneak a shadow into the backline when Innocent is like 2 screens away?
Well, normally you would have your EXP lane stand in front to distract, but Dur is just not capable of doing that anymore. I can see that Error, literally you would be playing as the Hayabusa with your butt on the edge of the seat every single time. Is he going to Tectonic Charge me? I have to get this camp.
As they continue to rotate out, Yums has gotten plenty of information about the positions of Team Ray and will try to utilize the advantages of the new Rome Blessing. Just has to reveal them every 5 seconds, gets a little bit of gold, a little bit of the EXP. Thank God they hotfixed it, but at least it's still manageable in the mid to late game.
We're 10 minutes in, so the game has already lasted a little longer than game 1. But I also get the feeling it might not last much longer than that, because the Lord is pushing down bot lane and Yums can just stand there and taunt.
Well, let's see, right? Because again, it's about sieging potential, and right now the only person who can really siege is Innocent and as well as Stormy.
Ooh, speaking of Stormy, he tried to dash in with the Yin and overturn. Not gonna be able to find a pick up there for now, but the Lord has already collided down bottom. Sky dashes in. Error 404 is gone! Mega kill for the Sky Prince. Cram buying so much time with the Vengeance. Tectonic Charge sets it up. The Fist Crack comes out, but Novak Tobar is already gone as well. Another explosion comes in. Monster kill, double kill. Innocent is racking them up, and he wants more. He is hungry. He is thirsty. It's a triple. It's an unstoppable streak for Skies, and a team wipe for the Selangor Red Giants. minions. They just need to clear up the minion wave and they will take this series easily with a 2-0 score.
15-5, 11 minutes, 10 seconds. Great stuff coming in from SRG. And you called it stuff, huh? You already mentioned it. Hey, I think this game is about to be closing out off of that next Lord. That was all they needed. Team Ray were not able to protect themselves. An effective TKO from SRG.
And perhaps the quickest best of 3 we have had in a very long time. Game 1 ended in 10 minutes. Game 2 ended in 11. SRG OG not taking any prisoners.
Yeah, making no chances for them to not go to the upper brackets during the playoffs. It's going to be a fast day for them today. Let the boys have their rest. Let the fans have their moment. Team Ray, once again, hit back the drawing board.
There's so much to work on and very little time to do so. I think after this game, it's quite likely to say that Team Ray might not be making it to the playoffs.
Yeah, their chances are not within their control, not within their reach as well. They're running out of games very, very quickly these last 2 weeks in the MPL MOY. But we celebrate for SRG. Let's throw it up on to a Rose. She's having an interview with both Cram alongside Yums. Rose, how you doing? What's going on with the boys?
Secara rasminya, SRG OG Esports adalah pasukan kedua untuk layak ke playoffs. Congratulations boys on making it to the playoffs. Sekarang kita dah ada 2 pasukan. Kita akan cari 4 lagi pasukan. Dan sekarang Rose bersama dengan Yums dan juga Cram. My very, very favorite duo on stage. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Good. Behave today?
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk about the game. Tadi Team Ray tak mainkan Zak. And kalau kita tengok daripada minggu lepas punya interview, Innocent really wanted to meet Zak. So today tak dapat jumpa Zak di pentas. How do you feel about that?
Saya nak jumpa Jom je.
Oi, kenapa nak jumpa Jom?
Sebab saya memang nak jumpa dia.
Kenapa?
Oh, kenapa? Mungkin ada hal lah yang patut saya deal dengan dia.
Ada hal? Hal apa tu?
Ada lah.
Nice. I tak tahu apa-apa. So sekarang dah jumpa Jom, apa perasaan? Rasa puas ke? Rasa masih ada hal ke?
Saya rasa tak puas lagi lah sebab dia macam main safe.
Oh, too safe.
Too safe.
You nak dia barbar tapi tak jadi.
Nah, tapi saya selalu tengok dorang lawan dia asyik barbar. Tapi lawan saya dia macam nyorok-nyorok.
Oh, so macam tak puas hati lah. Kalau boleh nak jumpa lagi?
Kalau boleh nak jumpa lagi.
Okay, now speaking about that, sekarang ni SRG OG adalah pasukan kedua untuk like ke playoffs. Tapi kalau kita tengok standing, the top 2, you guys are still fighting dengan CG untuk mendapatkan upper bracket. My question is, apa yang SRG perlu buat untuk at least secure upper bracket? Sebab kalau kita tengok, you guys are actually behind in points this season. Dulu biasanya regular season perfect run. Sekarang dah kalah beberapa point tu. So, macam mana korang nak secure upper bracket? What's in plan?
Kita orang akan lock-in lah. Lock-in. Oh, lock-in.
Low-key?
Lock-in.
Lock-in. I ingat low-key. So, kena lock-in.
Ya.
Cram, do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Memang pening lah interview dua ni. And of course, kalau dah ada 2 pasukan dekat playoffs, you rasa siapa lagi 4 pasukan tu yang akan dapat slot ke playoff? Sebab kita ada 10 pasukan. Prediction lah. 4 pasukan.
Vamos, MV,
Untitled
dengan Homeboys lah.
Homeboys. Wow. Okay. So guys, itu adalah prediction Yums yang tak bias. Tak bias kan?
Tak pernah.
Tak pernah bias. Baiknya Yums. Okay guys, so kita tadi sudah tengok perlawanan yang sangat-sangat convincing daripada side SRG OG, tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. So korang rasa siapa? Wush. Okay, kita sama-sama tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Stormy ke? Adik dah tidur tu. Adik ke? Adik! Ni macam dah tahu je. Macam dah tahu je. Okay, pergi ambil adik. Dia tak ada mic tu. Pergi ambil dia. Hai adik.
Apa?
Hai adik, how are you?
I'm good, I'm good.
Kenapa tidur?
Sebab biasanya saya tak akan dapat MVP.
Oh, kenapa pula?
Tadi tu saya tidur je.
Tak sangka
Tiba-tiba
lah.
kamera depan muka pula. Datanglah.
Okay, adik. Last week, adik dah bagi prediction kepada Rose on siapakah yang you rasa akan layak ke playoffs. Sekarang korang you guys are in top 2, you guys are still fighting with CG. Tadi Yums cakap, korang kena lock in kalau korang nak dapat upper bracket. Betul?
Betul.
Tapi in your opinion, apa yang korang perlu buat untuk mendapatkan upper bracket? Jangan tiru.
Oh lah, baru tidur. Sekejap saya fikir sekejap. Okay, saya bagi jawapan ni je lah, biasalah. Kita orang kena keep consistent, jangan complacent, jangan boring, jangan jangan underestimate enemy lah yang penting.
Jangan underestimate enemy.
Just do what we usually do. Yeah.
Are you saying you underestimated enemies? That's why korang kalah season ni?
Gaslighting ah?
Oh, I'm not gaslighting Bukan. Bukan.
Bukan dah.
Bukan.
Okay, tak. Saya tak underestimate pun.
Itu just reminder untuk korang.
Reminder, awareness.
Okay guys, I tried, tak jadi. Okay, thank you very much adik. Cram. Malay, English, Tagalog? Any, okay Last week I cuba tak jadi. Harap kali ni jadi. So today you met Jom, who used to play in the Philippines with you. How did it feel like meeting him in MPLMY?
Good. Baik.
How was his play style? How was his play style in Malaysia?
Passive.
Passive. Do you think it's like him or it's very unlike him?
I think very unlike him.
Because he's usually quite aggressive, right?
Yeah.
Now, Team Ray is not looking too good if they want to enter to playoffs, but there's definitely still a chance. It's not 0%. Is there anything that you want to say to them? Maybe words of encouragement or anything for your friends inside?
Semangat.
Nice, semangat. Cram, come here. For the past few seasons, Innocent has been getting the regular season MVP. However, this season, you are actually very high up in the ranks and you're currently tied with Chibi, if I'm not mistaken, for number 1 or number 2. Do you think this is the season you get to be regular season MVP?
Luck. Depends on luck.
Depends on luck.
Depends on luck. That's it.
Yeah, betul.
Nice. Mantap. Memang mantap. Memang. I'll talk to you later, Cram. Cram, is there anything you want to say to the fans?
Thank you guys. See you next match.
This duo memang terpaling nonchalant lah. You know what? Congratulations on securing the playoff slot. I will see you on your next match. Dewan Sri Putra, give it up for SRGOG Esports. Tanpa membuang masa, mari let's throw it back to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thanks again, Rose. Our MVP of the game goes over to Sagai's with alongside Cram as well as Yums. The nonchalant trio here continue to make waves. 5-0-3 at the end of it, an 8-0-9 GPM with a 2,292 on the DPM charts.
And on Skies is right. SRG just has so many overachievers that it's difficult for Skies to get on the MVP screen. He already was taking a nap thinking that he wouldn't be up here. But this game, he performed stellar on that Lancelot. 2 games of Lancelot, 2 very quick games where we really got to see his skill on display, just puncturing through everything and getting easy executes. That instant 100-0 on error 404 in the base push was impressive.
He was keeping it clean, man. Keeping it clean all the way through. Perfect KDA as well, now that you mention it. But even so, Team Ray unfortunately was not able to find the right mix. No Holy Crystal for Joam yet. The game ended before he could finish it off. Nova Escobar with the Thunder Belt, not enough time to actually get those stacks despite having Oracle, which kept him alive for a good amount of time. And even for Zay Lanina, unfortunately for him, doesn't really get much done.
And I do feel kind of bad for Dur in this series. Both games forced to play into the CC on a bad matchup is not fun. Right? The Uranus already couldn't get out of lane, now the Esme also couldn't get out of lane, and during the mid-game fights where his team really needs him to buy time by standing in front and sponging up damage, he just instantly explodes. There's really not much you can do anymore in that position.
Yeah, no, he really can't, right? It's a losing matchup, and Cram played the lane especially well. Right at level 1, right? You put her down to 10% HP. She gets she uses her regeneration, goes back only to about 20%, and then you have to heal the rest off natural regeneration from your shields. And even then, you basically lost the lane, right? Every single time you walk up, there's a good chance that you're going to get chunked out on your way back.
And Dur tried his best to, at the very least, keep Cram in lane by clearing up wave as much as possible by sacrificing HP. But even in the 4v4 situations, SRG was still coming out on top. Yums especially was being an absolute nuisance on the map. The fact that he can trade for half of the enemy jungler's HP by himself is already a terrible sign for Team Ray.
Oh yeah, I mean, Grok does a unique amount of damage, let's just put it that way, right? I wouldn't say it's like old Grok where you could like almost one-shot a target with the old power of nature, but now it comes in phases, but it's still very annoying to deal with. At the end of it, in terms of damage dealt, from the side of TR, it was actually coming in from Dur. But the problem is that this entire composition doesn't have much burst other than Joam and Arrow 404.
And they were just not allowed to play the game in the first place, unfortunately. While Joam got a fairly okay start against Innocent initially, once the Granger got unlocked from lane and started participating in fights with SRG, then the gold really started snowballing, and while Nova did get some pretty solid picks in the first place, they just couldn't get close enough to actually finish anyone off, not to mention the gold difference at that point.
Yep. 10k gold difference, can't really get around that, especially now that the game time, game averages based on teams who like to actually fight have ridiculously reduced from last season, which was like, what, 14 to 16 minute average games, now coming over here, 11 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is honestly an unprecedented result as well. Even in the previous matches of SRG, they were never able to end game this fast, this consistently. You'd usually be able to reach the point where you have that third or fourth item at least, but they couldn't even do that. As a result, we see Innocent having a 869 GPM, pretty high all things considered. Dur tried his best, actually ended up doing the most damage in the game, but in the face of Yums, the sandbag, and the best wingman, it's too difficult of a wall to overcome.
Oh yeah, I think right now, Team Ray, they've got some ideas with the compositions they want to play, but they haven't really thought about drafting patterns and the relationships between specific interactions, which is why it feels very easy for SRG to kind of manipulate the way that you want to play. Slight adjustments from game 1 and game number 2, opening up that Boxia. Boxia could have been picked up in game number 1. Game number 2, they left it, you know what, let's ban it out for you. We're going to play the Lancelot anyway, and we're more than happy to do so.
Yeah, it does unfortunately feel like Team Ray is playing a bit too safe when it comes to the draft, and here, this was an amazing setup. The fist break into the falling Star Moon, but the rest of the damage was not quite there. And then SRG was able to slowly dismantle it one by one, after which Team Ray could never truly recover.
Just tempo, fight after fight after fight. There's way too much tempo for the side of SRG. They're always going to be there first. They're always going to be looking for opportunities across the map. And worst yet, when they know that you don't have resources and they've got a numbers advantage, you see forceful fights like this one. Dur ends up dying. Arrow 404 already ulted Cram, so they know that he's got nothing left. That's when they start extending their leads.
And SRG is so good at identifying how to extend those leads as well. Here, Arrow 404 just disappears, and then here, Arrow 404 just disappears again. They know how to attack their opponents, and their macro rotation throughout the game as well was so clean, constantly switching out players on different sides of the map to get fun, to push out waves, to pressure Team Ray, to the point where it's like they're playing a different game altogether.
It is a very different game. They just see it differently, right? And I think they're a little bit more snappy on the decisions on how they can punish their opponents, something that we don't see as often from Team Ray. They're not counting their resources very, I don't want to say they're not counting their resources at all, but I don't think they make enough decisions when they see a missing resource.
I think it's the same thing that we talked about after game 1, where Team Ray is so busy trying to figure out the fundamentals that they can't even bother going to the next chapter, right? There's no way they can decide on decision making or macro or how to attack SRG from different angles, because they even haven't finished the tutorial basically for MPL.
Kind of. I mean, that's the professional player handbook, some may call it, right? I've been talking about this for like, what, 6 seasons straight prior, building up, and I stopped talking about it like season 13 most likely, so I've been doing it since season 7. Fundamentals will always come first before you start thinking about adding varnish or polish to the rest of the composition, just to make sure that you have like a level of execution that is indispensable, and that makes you more adaptive because now it's muscle memory, and there's a huge difference with knee-jerk reactions and just raw intuition.
It basically happens in pubs as well, right? When you start out MLBB, you're learning how the game works, you're figuring things out, and then later on, you're able to decide on how to approach things from a more complex angle. And unfortunately, in a perfect world, every team in MPL should at least have fundamentals mastered, but we're still working on that.
Yeah, no, we're, again, testing the waters, right? A lot of MPL still have to figure those out. With that being said, though, that is the conclusion of game number 1 between SRG alongside with Team Ray. Let's have a look at their mic check. We'll catch you back in just a little bit.
I just start abang.
Down, you.
Simi, this guy.
Double leg ke area. RV.
Dapat dua.
Karen no play lah.
Don't die ya. Habis cover.
I have ulti ya.
Balik. Bagi nasional dulu. iPhone
tu.
Aman.
Tengok. Atau back. Dapat dua.
I close the back line. Kanan ah.
Ana ball. Boleh.
Pasang padang bang. Tengok padang. Want to kill.
Yura.
Kill.
Nice one.
Hero guys, hero ah.
Alright. Kaguran no ulti. Ulti guys.
Aman.
Kagura.
Careful.
Dah cik Kagura.
Okay, nice there.
Boleh.
Tahu guys. Tahu. Aswan you. Ya.
Nampak don't aman. Let's go shing.
Pendek. Let's go jom.
Tengok Rama.
Sini.
Whoa!
Esme.
Hey, kill guys. I cannot.
Aman ada. Aman.
Easy. Good game guys.
Bye.
Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1. CeraVe, baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salisilik asid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
So much talk of AI in tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when will we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand. A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
Tujuh tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon, kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Nung bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
Yo peeps, Staffa and Dodo here to recap and wrap up week 4 of MPL Malaysia Season 16. Now that it's been a couple of weeks, I want to talk about how teams have been adjusting to the Project Next update. Specifically, I want to highlight the importance of balancing meta and counter picks alongside team identity, player comfort, and flexibility. Starting off, Vamos would try to counter SRG's meta by stealing away Innocent's Bane gold lane. But SRG were literally pioneers of this meta, so they instantly locked in the Brody counter pick, which ended up being a perfect choice because this is a marksman hero that can very early poke out the Bane, dive for straight up trades, and also take control of the lane due to his extended range and his ability to move while auto-attacking. By using all of this information against Natko, who is less experienced on the hero, Innocent was able to get a very early kill and accelerate the game state by taking much of the tower very quickly in the game. SRG are not completely infallible though. In their game 2 versus GMXK, they would try to play Diroth and Obsidia side lanes. And while Cram is normally used to playing Diroth, the current SRG's team identity makes this very difficult to execute. Normally, if Cram were playing a Lapu Lapu or an Esmeralda, he'd be able to survive this no issue and buy time for the rest of his team. But because he got picked off straight away, and Innocent got run down by Munster in the base, SRG's lack of completeness in their draft started showing itself and allowed GMX to actually take a game off the Red Giants. This showed Innocent was not comfortable on Obsidia, and the hero didn't really suit SRG's gameplay identity. In comparison though, a team like Homeboys and a player like MelQT is known for single target shred and pick off. We can see here in this turtle fight between them and Todak, they use their skills to split the fight in half, wait for cooldowns and resources, especially CC, to be wasted, keeping MelQT at a safe distance, after which he can pick off Fondir and even chase down Dreams with the Hunt of Bone to pick up very early Skypiercer stacks and get Obsidia farmed early. Homeboys were also able to demonstrate the importance of flexibility and hero pool when Monster Vicious tried banning 5 different roam heroes against Daniel, and he was still able to pull out the Kaja to make the game-winning play at the end of game 1 to save MelQT from being dived by a hard-guarded Uni to get the shutdown and close out the game. There were also cases of multiple gold laners trying out Fighter gold lane and being either good or not so good with it, such as in this case of Jom waiting in the bush for 10 seconds in the turtle fight instead of being the secondary frontliner that he is meant to be for Team Ray. Put all of that together and you can see how important it is to have a balanced draft that is suited for your squad both in MPL and in pubs. That's all for this week's recap. See you guys next time.
Vokalis utama PACE, Fanny, sedia untuk memasak. Bagus! Percubaan pertama yang berjaya. Saya ni hebatlah. Fanny baru upload post baru ke? Peminat nombor 1 PACE dah teruja ni. Jomlah, lambai gloss itu tinggi-tinggi. Tunjukkan semangat kita. Wah, kamu semua memang hebat di pentas. Kalau macam tu, saya pun nak buat yang terbaik. Kalau macam ni, mesti kekal segar. Baiklah, biar saya uruskan buah-buahan ni. Oh. Hah? Wah, ada skin. Amboi, teruja betul mereka ya. Sampai saya pun jadi bersemangat juga. Acara? Penny! Sisi! Masa untuk melepak. Yeay! Masa untuk lepak! Wah! Terima kasih beri segala sokongan. Terima kasih beri segala galakan. Terima kasih beri semangat dan kekuatan. Tahniah atas 9 tahun yang menakjubkan MLBB. Selamat Hari Jadi!
Alright guys, so we are back to watch some more gameplays from the Future Pros tournament. As you can see right now, right, the meta right now is very interesting down in the gold lane, because gold lane now consists of like the mage and the fighter, right? So we can see that nowadays people in the tournament is also using other than MM, right, non-MM gold lane. So let's see how they adapt the patch. It seems like they are adapting really well in the game. They are constantly sending out chips to just send the bane in the fight. Sending the shark, huh? Oh, nice. Now you can see that Mage Bane is really kind of strong in this meta. Thank you, Innocent, for creating this monster. My boy! My boy is Sky Piercing. Yeah, you can see that he's really using the Mage Bane really well. So it's good to see that people are adapting the meta quickly.
Kekalahan tadi buat kita orang sedar yang kita orang perlu work hard lebih lagi untuk dapatkan slot ke playoff lah.
Kita bawa nanti guys.
Nak cakap serasi tu tak ada, tapi kita orang kalah dengan diri sendiri lah. Sebab apa yang saya boleh kata, apa yang perlu dibuat dalam game tu kita tak buat. So disebab tu kita kalah lah.
Orang akan nampak saya kan tengah lusuri kan tak bawa. Tapi bagi saya itu bukan satu halangan. Malah cabaran saya untuk saya juga. Dan kita orang akan buktikanlah yang kita orang masih okey lagi dalam MPL ni.
After our game today, I still didn't talk to my teammate. But in my opinion, I'm still confident that we can still do better every single day, every single week. If we cannot go to playoffs or I just want to give our best always.
Kita orang tak fikir banyak sih ya, cuma main je. Dengan sisa match kita orang, kita nak bagi yang terbaik sih untuk dapatkan slot playoff. Soalnya kita orang tak fikir pasal itu ya, kita orang nak bagi yang terbaik dulu dekat regular season ini sebab ya kita orang masih boleh tak lepas playoff.
So sekarang kita orang berada di top 5 dan berbaki 4 game ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik dan takkan mengecewakan fans MV lagi lah, insyaAllah.
Kita orang akan janjikan kepada korang yang kita orang akan buat yang terbaik untuk fans semua sebab kita orang takkan hampa dengan korang dan kita akan buat setiap game kita buat yang terbaik.
Saya nak dapatkan legasi sih, terutama untuk last season ini saya nak dapatkan ya title champion.
For me, for my opinion, I don't want to prove to anyone. I just want to prove I can still play for myself only because I love to play games. So I just want to prove that I can play just for myself, not to other people.
Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1. CeraVe, baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
So much talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
7 tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon, kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Noon bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zon, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menebatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
Yo peeps, Staffa and Dodo here to recap and wrap up week 4 of MPL Malaysia Season 16. Now that it's been a couple of weeks, I want to talk about how teams have been adjusting to the Project Next update. Specifically, I want to highlight the importance of balancing meta and counter picks alongside team identity, player comfort, and flexibility. Starting off, Vamos would try to counter SRG's meta by stealing away Innocent's Bane gold lane. But SRG were literally the pioneers of this meta, so they instantly locked in the Brody counter pick, which ended up being a perfect choice because this is a marksman hero that can very early poke out the Bane, dive for straight up trades, and also take control of the lane due to his extended range and his ability to move while auto-attacking. By using all of this information against Natko, who is less experienced on the hero, Innocent was able to get a very early kill and accelerate the game state by taking much of the tower very quickly in the game. SRG are not completely infallible though. In their Game 2 versus GMXK, they would try to play Diroth and Obsidia side lanes. And while Cram is normally used to playing Diroth, the current SRG's team identity makes this very difficult to execute. Normally, if Cram were playing a Lapu Lapu or an Esmeralda, he'd be able to survive this no issue and buy time for the rest of his team. But because he got picked off straight away, and Innocent got run down by Munster in the base, SRG's lack of completeness in their draft started showing itself and allowed GMX to actually take a game off the Red Giants. This showed Innocent was not comfortable on Obsidia, and the hero didn't really suit SRG's gameplay identity. In comparison though, a team like Homeboys and a player like MelQT is known for single target shred and pick off. We can see here in this turtle fight between them and Todak, they use their skills to split the fight in half, wait for cooldowns and resources, especially CC, to be wasted, keeping MelQT at a safe distance, after which he can pick off Fondir and even chase down Dreams with the Hunt of Bone to pick up very early Skypiercer stacks and get Obsidia farmed early. Homeboys were also able to demonstrate the importance of flexibility and hero pool when Monster Vicious tried banning 5 different roam heroes against Daniel, and he was still able to pull out the Kaja to make the game-winning play at the end of Game 1 to save MelQT from being dived by a hard-guarded Uni to get the shutdown and close out the game. There were also cases of multiple gold laners trying out Fighter gold lane and being either good or not so good with it, such as in this case of Jom waiting in the bush for 10 seconds in the turtle fight instead of being the secondary frontliner that he is meant to be for Team Ray. Put all of that together and you can see how important it is to have a balanced draft that is suited for your squad both in MPL and in pubs. That's all for this week's recap. See you guys next time.
percubaan pertama yang berjaya. Saya ni hebatlah. Penny baru upload post baru ke? Peminat nombor 1 Face dah teruja ni. Jomlah, lambai gloss itu tinggi-tinggi. Tunjukkan semangat kita. Wah, kamu semua memang hebat di pentas. Kalau macam tu, saya pun nak buat yang terbaik. Kalau macam ni, mesti kekal segar. Baiklah, biar saya uruskan buah-buahan ni. Oh. Hah? Wah, ada skin. Amboi, teruja betul mereka ya. Sampai saya pun jadi bersemangat juga. Acara. Penny! Sisi! Masa untuk melepak. Ye! Masa untuk lepak! Wah! Terima kasih beri segala sokongan. Terima kasih beri segala galakan. Terima kasih beri semangat dan kekuatan. Tahniah atas 9 tahun yang menakjubkan MLBB. Selamat Hari Jadi.
Alright guys, so we are back to watch some more gameplays from the Future Pros tournament. As you can see right now, right, the meta right now is very interesting and down in the gold lane, because gold lane now consists of like the mage and the fighter, right? So we can see that nowadays people in the tournament is also using other than MM, right, non-MM gold lane. So let's see how they adapt the patch. It seems like they are adapting really well in the game. They are constantly sending out chips to just send the bane in the fight. Sending the shark, Oh, nice. Now you can see that Mage Bane is really kind of strong in this meta. Thank you, Innocent, for creating this monster. My boy! My boy is Sky Piercing. Yeah, you can see that he's really using the Mage Bane really well. So it's good to see that people are adapting the meta quickly.
kekalahan tadi buat kita orang sedar yang kita orang perlu work hard lebih lagi untuk dapatkan slot ke playoff lah.
Kita bawa nanti guys.
Nak cakap start serasi tu tak ada, tapi kita orang kalah dengan diri sendiri lah, sebab apa yang saya boleh kata, apa yang perlu dibuat dalam game tu kita tak buat, so disebab tu kita kalah lah.
Orang akan nampak saya kan tengah lusri kan tak bawah. Tapi bagi saya itu bukan satu halangan, malah cabaran saya untuk saya juga, dan kita orang akan buktikanlah yang kita orang masih okey lagi dalam MPL ni.
After our game today, I still didn't talk to my teammate, but in my opinion, I'm still confident that we can still do better every single day, every single week. If we cannot go to playoffs or I just want to give our best always.
Kita orang tak fikir banyak sih ya, cuma main je. Dengan sisa match kita orang, kita nak bagi yang terbaik sih untuk dapatkan slot playoff. Soalnya kita orang tak fikir pasal itu ya, kita orang nak bagi yang terbaik dulu dekat regular season ini, sebab ya kita orang masih boleh tak lepas playoff.
So sekarang kita orang berada di top 5 dan berbaki 4 game ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik dan takkan mengecewakan fans MV lagi lah, insyaAllah.
Kita orang akan janjikan kepada korang yang kita orang akan buat yang terbaik untuk fans semua, sebab kita orang takkan hampa dengan korang, dan kita akan buat setiap game kita buat yang terbaik.
Saya nak dapatkan legasi sih, terutama untuk kelas season ini saya nak dapatkan ya title champion.
For me, for my opinion, I don't want to prove to anyone. I just want to prove I can still play for myself only, because I love to play games. So I just want to prove that I can play just for myself, not to other people.
Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1. CeraVe, baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salisilik asid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
So much talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
7 tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon, kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL NYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Noon bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboys, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
Yo peeps, Staffa and Dodo here to recap and wrap up week 4 of MPL Malaysia Season 16. Now that it's been a couple of weeks, I want to talk about how teams have been adjusting to the Project Next update. Specifically, I want to highlight the importance of balancing meta and counter picks alongside team identity, player comfort, and flexibility. Starting off, Vamos would try to counter SRG's meta by stealing away Innocent's Bane gold lane. But SRG were literally pioneers of this meta, so they instantly locked in the Brody counter pick, which ended up being a perfect choice because this is a marksman hero that can very early poke out the Bane, dive for straight up trades, and also take control of the lane due to his extended range and his ability to move while auto-attacking. By using all of this information against Natko, who is less experienced on the hero, Innocent was able to get a very early kill and accelerate the game state by taking much of the tower very quickly in the game. SRG are not completely infallible though. In their game 2 versus GMXK, they would try to play Dirov and Obsidia side lanes. And while Cram is normally used to playing Dirov, the current SRG's team identity makes this very difficult to execute. Normally, if Cram were playing a Lapu Lapu or an Esmeralda, he'd be able to survive this no issue and buy time for the rest of his team. But because he got picked off straight away, and Innocent got run down by Munster in the base, SRG's lack of completeness in their draft started showing itself and allowed GMX to actually take a game off the Red Giants. This showed Innocent was not comfortable on Obsidia, and the hero didn't really suit SRG's gameplay identity. In comparison though, a team like Homeboys and a player like MelQT is known for single target shred and pick off. We can see here in this turtle fight between them and Todak, they use their skills to split the fight in half, wait for cooldowns and resources, especially CC, to be wasted, keeping MelQT at a safe distance, after which he can pick off Fondir and even chase down Dreams with the Hunt of Bone to pick up very early Skypiercer stacks and get Obsidia farmed early. Homeboys were also able to demonstrate the importance of flexibility and hero pool when Monster Vicious tried banning 5 different roam heroes against Daniel, and he was still able to pull out the Kaja to make the game-winning play at the end of game 1 to save MelQT from being dived by a hard-guarded Uni to get the shutdown and close out the game. There were also cases of multiple gold laners trying out Fighter gold lane and being either good or not so good with it, such as in this case of Jom waiting in the bush for 10 seconds in the turtle fight instead of being the secondary frontliner that he is meant to be for Team Ray. Put all of that together and you can see how important it is to have a balanced draft that is suited for your squad both in MPL and in pubs. That's all for this week's recap. See you guys next time.
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari Watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Rundung tak rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas.
Tron Ares in cinemas on 9th October. A visual spectacle action adventure. Tron Ares follows a highly sophisticated program, Ares, who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. Catch Tron Ares in cinemas 9th October. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Tron Ares movie tickets for 4DX, IMAX, or ScreenX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome to the MPL MY Season 16. Currently, we are on week 5, the last leg of the race before we get into our final week next week. And that's when it all wraps up to see who makes it off to the playoffs. My name is Gideon Q, of course. Again, here with me on the table, it's going to be Sadafa with our final match to end off this Friday. It's going to be Untitled facing up against the Homeboys. And let me tell you, the Homeboys, they are exciting for 2 reasons. 1, after the introduction of Daniel, and 2, because they are 1 win away from making it and qualifying to the playoffs.
Homeboys is an example of a team that has actually found that missing piece needed to return to their stride from the previous season. It was hard to say, right? We've seen this a lot. A lot of us were wondering, can it actually happen? And Homeboys has proven that it is possible. Now, can they stay consistent? Can they get the 1 victory they need to cement a position in the playoffs once again?
In comparison to the competitors, Untitled, who's currently, well, were on a losing streak, but have been able to pull at least a series back. And with the help of our sponsors, Infinix, of course, all of this was made possible. If you haven't heard about it, the Infinix GT30 is now launched. And you can check out their TikTok on Infinix TikTok Malaysia, which comes with a free magnetic cooler when you do purchase the phone. And even more affordable than the GT30 Pro, priced below 1,100. It's the only phone in its price tier with GT triggers, a 1.5K display, and 144 Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance of 120 FPS in MLBB, and 2 exclusive new colors, green and blue, added to the GT30 series. So pick one up today. But even with the Infinix, there's still questions about whether or not Untitled have what it takes to go far and at least qualify.
Yeah, that's the difficult question, isn't it? And the thing that all of us were the most worried about seeing after their miracle run in the previous season, would they be able to retain that performance? Unfortunately, they've not been able to do so far, but they're eager to keep themselves in the running here. They need wins all the way through to the end of the season.
Oh boy, I mean, that's already a really difficult task considering who their last opponents are going to be. One of which is happening here today with the Homeboys. And with that steady momentum, this could bring a lot of potential problems as well. But keep in mind, everybody, the MPL exclusive skin Lunox Quantum Polarity is already coming soon. The new skin that you've been seeing featured in the game, on stage, and also during the draft features a neon light design that will shine brilliantly with every skill cast on the battlefield. Additionally, the skill effects include exclusive MPL logo effects, so come check it out. So far, the MPL skin lines have always been looking good.
Honestly, I feel like MLBB is just getting better at its skin lines, because it's not just this skin. There's been a few skins released recently that all look really interesting and all really cool, and I don't know whether to get them all because I don't know if I have enough diamonds to afford it all, and it's all of
Yeah, there's got to be a better system to start getting these primo skins, man. We need to come up with another currency. Munton, please get on to it. Not everybody can be buying diamonds every other day because there's just too much to purchase. Now, aside from the real-world problems that we have here today, we need to talk about the competition, because looking at the drafting section of it, I don't know. Rossi has been on a little bit of a downward spiral for the team in comparison to like Daniel, who initially I thought Homeboys was going to have a pretty bad run until Daniel came in and it's like, wait a minute, this is a whole new team.
It actually is. And you normally wouldn't think that a single player can make that much of a difference, but somehow it can. Sometimes you do just need that one missing piece. For Untitled though, they have all the same pieces of the puzzle from last season. The question is, what exactly is lacking among the ranks of SkyZ, Rasi, Stome, Kimin, and Siska?
I think the biggest ones who have been underperforming so far has been Rasi as well as Kimin. Obviously, Stome has had his ups and downs, but generally has some good concepts. Siska, sometimes literally hard carrying the team alongside with SkyZ, really depending on what heroes they have access to, but it's really sad to see because Kimin last season felt a little bit more hungry, but he does feel a little bit more nervous this time round.
Yeah, it's tough to see because Kimin was a little inconsistent during the regular season, during season 15, but started really locking in for the playoffs. And yet now that the season has reset, it feels like a lot of that progress has reset as well. Especially now that they're going to be facing off against Homeboys. Let's see if he can find that momentum back.
Yep, with MelQT, Daniel, Izanami, Amal, and Reza, it feels like the Homeboys have finally found their edge in the MLBB Esports Malaysia space, and Daniel has been quite the standout. Previously with Kaden, it felt like Homeboys were lacking direction, lack of initiation, but more so, just generally didn't know what they wanted to play. Now it feels very clear what they want to do. They're looking for big flanks, they're looking for team fights.
Even previously, when Homeboys was popping off with Ivan and Val in their ranks, they were known as a team that liked playing pick-off MLBB. And it was difficult to do that when Kaden was around because of his lack of experience and generally not being quite as solid in shot calling. But Daniel has completely switched that up, and Reza has filled in the point in the EXP lane of being an aggressive frontliner as well, allowing Izanami and MelQT to do exactly what they're hoping to achieve.
Speaking of history between the players at the very least, Reza and Siska, both coming from the Tier 2 sections of the MAL before promoting themselves to the MPL and finally picked up into their own different homes. They played against each other many, many times before, but I've never seen a game that Siska felt like, oh yeah, he's not hard carrying it through early to mid, compared to Reza, where you definitely feel his pressure, but not a very big standout. Like, give me the weights, I'ma lift it up.
Yeah, I think we could definitely say that overall Siska has higher impact, but that may not necessarily be a good thing as well, because that's off of the back of the rest of his team not really performing as well as you would like. These were the Dark Horse players, the roster that surprised Malaysia as DXS last season, and yet have fallen behind of their previous glory.
I don't know whether it's the new meta or something's going on within the team, but it feels like they still have that synergy there, right? It just feels like the decisions that they make sometimes can be a little awkward or a little forced. Other times it feels like some people are on autopilot, right? That inconsistency has hurt our Dark Horses for this season.
I personally do think that when they were DXS, they actually benefited a lot from the typical autopiloting here, because their playstyle worked really well off of each other. There was a lot of faith even without needing very specific communication, and they were skilled at taking very scrappy team fights. But now that the meta has shifted and it necessitates a more balanced approach to the Land of Dawn, you really need to know exactly what your plan is with every single draft and how you want to approach every single map.
I think right now the meta calls for the diversity in not only your team composition, but your adaptability in the middle of the game. We have seen that certain ways to kind of cheese your opponents in the lane is recoverable towards level 3, level 4. But even then, sometimes these maps can be a little frustrating, right? Flying Clouds in particular is what's kind of really piquing my interest after we're done with the Broken Walls, alongside with the Expanding Rivers. We kind of know what to expect, because losing matchups now become, kind of obsolete with Flying Clouds.
Yeah, so it's the question of, do you want to focus too hard on the map or not enough on the map, right? But in the battle of both of these rising aggressive EXP laners, we want to ask you guys watching at home, who do you favor? Is it Reza or Siska? Scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen to let us know, is it A, Reza, who so far has 8 unique hero picks in 6 matches, or Siska, who has had 5 unique hero picks?
Ooh, this one's tough, because Reza, you can definitely feel like he has a softer impact on the game, but generally is extremely consistent and stable. Siska, super high moments, and based on the stats so far for the number of plays that he's actually made, compared to how many that he's failed in lane and outside the lane, I'm leaning to like a 60-40 spread here.
Okay. Yeah, It's a difficult thing because Reza arguably has been having more success, but Siska makes those moments, man. Those TikTok clips, those real farms, all come from this man here, the EXP laner of Untitled. Literally the difference between victory and defeat for the entire team sometimes. I can't really come to an answer. I'm just going to wait and see what you guys think.
Yeah, let's see, because again, keep in mind that Reza has played 8 unique hero picks, which definitely brings up the question of what Homeboys kind of wants to do. Let's quickly see how the players are doing currently up on the stage for a quick vibe check of how they're feeling, because yeah, Reza is one of the few people who actually is willing to say, you know what, I'll play Hilda EXP one more time. I'm gonna try something a little different. Now, I feel with the pick-off composition, vision, and how you want to open up the map is extremely important, and Reza has taken that responsibility.
Yeah, and what's scary about it as well is that Untitled has traditionally preferred a slightly more scattered approach to team fighting, which is very vulnerable to pick off in the first place. If you add on the fact that recently Untitled has been making positioning errors, especially on Rasi and Kimin, like you pointed out, Homeboys may be their worst opponent.
Probably. We'll see, because right now it feels like Daniel probably isn't the way to try and punish this lineup, right? They're going to have to look into other different avenues and probably affect 2 to 3 lanes. It's not going to be easy though, but we'll see, because keep in mind that the stakes are high. Homeboys, they've already seen the first 2 teams going over the playoffs, and sitting in at home, it feels kind of bad.
You know, when they told us in the briefing at the start of the day that they were going to show a Squidward meme, I didn't think they meant that they were going to make their own version.
I wasn't expecting that either.
I thought we were going to see Squidward on the screen, but
I was thinking that too.
Yeah.
With Bob and Patrick being like SRG and ZG.
It turns out they had to homebrew it a little.
They had to homebrew it. Oh, dude, that's actually oh my god, why didn't the Homeboys actually come out? Daddy Hood, another $1 million idea.
Oh, yeah.
Cafe called Homebrew. That makes so much sense.
It doesn't even need a restaurant. Just sell like drinks.
Yeah.
Sell like bags of coffee or something.
Straight up coffee or something like that.
We'll think about that. For now, mid laner stats comparison up on screen. Stome and Izanami, the pillars for both squads.
Dang, actually, considering this overwhelming success from Homeboys from the past 3, from week 2 onwards, we see that Homeboys are doing pretty well. But despite that, Untitled Stome, despite not doing that great as a squad, his stats are actually padded nicely. More assists, more average damage per minute, slight difference, higher kill participation, and even higher KDA.
I would say that out of all the members of Untitled, Stome and Siska are probably the ones that perform the most consistently, whether they're ahead or behind. But you could also say the same for Izanami. I think the big difference is that Stome is usually a big part of taking those wins, while Izanami plays a bit more of a supportive role depending on the game.
Oh, instantly throws half a heart. He initiates it. Stome tries to reciprocate, comes back to Izanami, hoping that it'll be a split screen. Gets rejected. It's like, nah, we only got 30 seconds. We're about to draft. It's over. We gotta start playing the video game.
What a short-lived love.
There's too much history there.
Yeah, especially since these two have played together before.
As the mid-duo, actually.
The mid-duo when Stone was the roamer for RSGMY. Back during season 13, I believe, when Demon Kite was around.
Yes, it was a very, very good time for RSG, being alongside with Loliels as well, winning their first ever title as an organization with the Malaysian squad as well. And now coming into this, they face off against Untitled. Now, Amal is a subject that we need to talk about, because Amal has by far one of the widest hero pools we've seen so far in terms of just the jungle, right? He's the only one who brings up Benedetta. As much as I love Benedetta and is so cool, he also plays tanks alongside the assassins. It makes Homeboys very difficult to read in the draft.
I personally feel like Amal is one of the best examples in MPL of the downfall into the glow-up. Because when he started off, it was okay, but kind of not consistent. Then he found his home in Homeboy, started showing off his massive hero pool, his consistency on every sort of jungler possible, and he genuinely is a threat. And especially now that it is expanding rivers, this map was made for Homeboys.
Yeah, but it's also extremely volatile. Every single punishment that happens in the map Those expanding rivers quickly allow you to get in and out of enemy territory, able to defend certain objectives, smaller objectives, minor objectives like the buffs. Now we get into the draft and the bans are through. Fanny, CC, alongside with Chip and banned out by Coach Theo. From Coach Jesven, he decided to get rid of the Baxia alongside with the Frederick, which is an interesting shout because most people have been leaning away from banning out tank junglers.
Yeah, and banning out both of them at the beginning of the draft is a very specific choice. Already they are directly targeting Heemin. They're also getting rid of the Angela. There's a lot of open options here. The Isan Shin, the Lancelot, we have the Kalea as well, all wide open.
Yeah, a lot of first pick trios out there. Title go for Granger as their first pick? Why? Now you just go Kalea Harith, right? If you want like an immediate answer, or you go Kalea plus X to pose another question to eventually finish off the first half with a Harith.
This is basically going for a very safe opening. Granger can get countered in lane, but generally is a hero that will scale up regardless of the situation. So by doing this, Untitled is basically giving away meta picks to have more flexibility in the draft.
Yes! Yes, he did the 10! He did the 10!
10 pull?
Come on, come on, come on.
Aspirants?
Okay. Alright.
Pretty nice skin there.
It's okay, it's not bad, but we want the big one. It's like, yes, patience. Yes. Wait.
He got 4 skins. He already owned 3 of them, it looks like.
Here we go.
That's only his first orb.
This is the important one we want to see because I'm pretty sure he's gonna go for more.
Is he gonna pull more? Are you gonna pull more, sir?
Do it.
Come on, do it.
Look how many diamonds he has. I think he's in the 3 digits of diamonds.
By the way, Lunat's Kalea pick on Homeboys, but that's not important right now.
Yes. Come on. Come on.
You know what?
You know what we want. Hit the middle. Oh, we're sorry.
No, hit the left. Go to the left.
Okay, this.
That's raw.
Big Sag. Don't worry. Power saving mode so that we can do it. Yes, add the skip. Yeah.
Do you think we should be paying attention to draft?
It's okay. We're avid gamblers anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, keep going.
Wait, how many skins does this guy have?
Apparently too
These
many.
are all dupes.
Well, to be fair, a couple of them are like the pretty default ones. So I don't mind.
Left.
Oh. Could this stack? Okay. Yeah, one more. We believe you. Come on. Give us an aspirant. Give us an aspirant.
He has a lot of skins.
Wow. A lot of skins. Okay, the male one makes sense.
Come on, left side.
Come on, left side.
Oh, that's tricky.
50. All right. Now we talk about the draft. We got Ishin Shin on one side. Oh, they still went for Ishin Shin alongside with the Arlet. Not a lot of CC from the side of Untitled. Kalea Lunox alongside with the Hilda from the Homeboys. This is not looking very good for Untitled.
Yeah. I feel like when you go up against Homeboys, you have to be aware of the Hilda. This is like the only team that actually picks Hilda fairly consistently.
Yeah.
And you pick the Yisan Shin into it alongside the Arlet, who isn't going to have that much lane prio to assist with potential invades too.
Some people have already bought the tickets. Good thing that they've already picked them up because they're sold out. Jeez. Sold out within the first 10 minutes, might I add. All right, final bans. Lancelot got thrown alongside with the Zushin. I definitely understand where Homeboys is coming from. They want a means to be able to kind of protect themselves, to make sure that their opponents aren't able to punish this Kalea. Also opening up the map with the Zushin. I'm kind of meh with it, but it allows Reza to kind of walk in and out of the jungle a little more safe.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they want. It's to allow Reza as well as Daniel to roam the map more easily because Zersin can just put the lantern in front and it makes it very hesitant to actually walk into the opposite side of the map. So by getting rid of that as well as the Kalea counter, which is the Gatot, Homeboys are trying to go for a very aggressive early game draft, which is appropriate for expanding rivers.
Hayabusa, the next assassin to get banned out with Fanny Hayabusa as well as Lancelot out of the picture. Where does Homeboys find that early game damage, right? Because that's the biggest point of punishment. Untitled, for now, only Arlet as well as Ishin Shin can kind of play in the early stages of the game, but they both need space, and more importantly, who's going to give the reset onto Arlet anyways?
Yeah, the roamer pick for Untitled is going to be very, very important. Grok is still open, so that's a possibility. We might also see Rasi go back to something like the Cho. As for Homeboys now, In terms of jungle options, the next best thing would probably be Joy. We also did see Amal go back to things like Alpha and Benedetta before, so he's definitely not worried about choice. Looks like Joy will be the pick though.
Yep, he's spoiled for choice, man. He's got nothing to worry about. Nothing really hinders him as of right now unless Entitled decide to go for something crazy like a Vincitar. Then their composition would just be way too squishy. Like you mentioned before, Grok is open, and I don't mind if Rossi picks it up because, again, it has a bit of counterplay to Kalea and has a form of counter-engage, which is something that they probably want.
Something else that Rossi also likes playing is the Glue Roam, one of the only players to do it here in MPL MY. I don't think it would be terrible, but it's also not the best. I would probably prefer a Grok here. Are we missing any roam possibilities?
Cho's okay. Khalid probably won't do as well. Oh, Kimmy alongside with the Cho. Wow, what a risky composition coming in from Untitled. A lot of faith.
Triple marksman versus early rotation invade?
Well, I don't know whether they're going to be able to get that priority, right? Because again, it is going to be Kalea alongside with Lunox. They don't have the best wave clear unless Kalea takes Concussive Blast, but it's going to come at a cost naturally, right? So at this point, Choen as well as Kimmy are going to be targeting down on one person. Ideally, you want that person to be Lunox. If you can get to put the Kalea at 1 HP, that works out well as well, right? Because Lunox at the end of the day doesn't do that much damage in the early game. It's slow, but it stacks up.
She does do a lot though is regen. A Lunox Kalea combo will allow you to stay in lane a long time, and the Obsidia shows up once again. A hero that has not worked for anyone in MPL Malaysia except for Mel QT. He sports the only victories on this pickup. I wasn't sure if he would go for it. There's not actually that many dashes, but if he can land Rasi or Siska, he could ruin their day.
No, absolutely. I mean, yes, there is actually quite a few dashes from the side of Untitled, but taking out the cornerstones of the composition, being that Cho alongside with that Arlet, could really hamper down on a lot of initiations. Imagine, Hunt of Bone, instantly Kalea is looking for a target to start yoinking backwards to burst down with the help of Amal and Izanami. At this point, I think that right now Untitled have an extremely volatile composition, and it really depends on that mid lane. I expect side lanes to do okay.
A triple marksman will be the choice for Untitled in one of the most fast-paced maps in the MLBB ecosystem right now. And they're going to be going up against Homeboys on a very comfort style of Reza Hilda alongside the Obsidia on Mel QT. Will Untitled be able to keep themselves in the competition, or will Homeboys put themselves one step closer to playoffs?
Let's find out here, because this first interaction in the mid lane might predetermine everything. Rossi didn't find the opportunity, and it looks like smartly enough from the Homeboys' side, decide to give away priority. Don't tell me he gets punished here.
Okay, he got it.
Thank God.
He did have to use Retry though.
I mean, it's information that really doesn't matter, right? Because Homeboys, they're not playing towards that side of the map. They don't want to go for the next invade now that everybody is starting to hit level 2.
And looks like Daniel will be able to secure the Litho as well. So far, Homeboys doing a good job of responding to Untitled's attempted aggression.
Now they're going to start to rotate over. I am a little worried about SkyZ, right? He is a great marksman player, but as soon as it hits level 4 and he gets hit by that Hunt the Bone, he might be in trouble. But that surely depends, right?
Oh, wow! Very early level 2 gank onto Reza's lane by Rasi, and he's able to pick up a first blood.
Very nice. I wasn't expecting Reza to die there, right? I think he just got CC'd to the ground. The early damage coming in from Siska is great, but at the same time, a very unlikely mistake coming in from Reza specifically. Now, level 4 achieved by both junglers at this time, looking for opportunities to maybe re-gank the bottom side. If they can deny Siska level 4, this should be a free turtle.
Yeah, they kind of have to, actually. You cannot allow this Arlet to get that level 4 early on. And you're, well, never mind, it's already too late. And speaking of, Izanami gets caught in the mid lane! Quick rotations from Untitled.
Nicely played by Rossi, extending the CC with the help of the third hit of the G No plus Flicker. Might as well use it now, because I think they just want to fight at this point.
Untitled in full control. Reza comes in from the back. Daniel flickers in, not able to get the catch he's looking for. They're chasing down Keyman, but Reza goes down, and a 3-man surround picks up Daniel as well. Siska even secures his own, And that means it is a free turtle for Untitled.
Beautiful play from Untitled. They held on to the very end, and most importantly, they denied information off of Siska, making sure that they had no idea where he is until it was too late. By the time Reza actually saw the mark, they instantly capitalized.
Definitely a bit too greedy from Homeboys there. A two-man flicker just to try and chase down the jungler. Ends up punished. And now the lane they most wanted to not get off the ground is officially online. Siska 2 levels up on Reza.
It was a close attempt though, I have to admit. A really good idea from the Homeboys. Double flickers to get on top of Kimin, but it did commit Siska to flicker backwards with a final slash to save Kimin's life. So really, it's all Siska there.
Siska continuing to be the MVP for Untitled, and now we're looking at a 2K goal lead in 3 minutes. Definitely not what we would have expected looking at the draft before the game started.
Yeah, now SkyZ, it's his first item power spike, but he can't commit the all-in onto Mel QT. Especially if he doesn't have resources to shoot his shots. But I think more importantly, just to make sure he doesn't lose his flicker out early. Now Mel QT doesn't mind. He likes this slow game. He likes that SkyZ isn't trying too hard to win this lane. Instead, looking for that priority. Oh wait, the dive!
Alright, nice flicker to avoid Rasi. Goes for Hunt of Bone, locks himself to the toe, but this is a 4-man gank up top. Rasi survives on 1 HP. Daniel's here, but it's a bit too late. The entire gold shield has been consumed.
Wait, look at Amal. He's looking for an opportunity.
Oh, but the stun! A beautiful lockdown from Stone stops the initiation instantly.
And now they have to back away. Unfortunately for the Homeboys, they can't deal with the early game damage of the Kimi for now. It's just a matter of time. They even called Reza from halfway across the map. Luckily, at least for Siska, he's still able to absorb a bit of that mid-wave EXP before heading back down.
Things are looking really good for Untitled though. We already know them to be a team that does very well with momentum, and they have it in droves currently. Daniel scouting out for SkyZ, but he's already backed off really far. Rasi comes in, scouts the Tri-Brush, eats some damage from Izanami, but his job is done.
Very nicely played by both sides, right? You can see the decisions that are being made on a macro level. Untitled understand, hey, we need to be on this turtle as soon as possible. Homeboys realize, you know what? Let's just punish SkyZ. Our main win condition is scaling up Mel QT. The less we interact, the better. We're already 5 kills down on Untitled. Why give them more reason?
Yeah, they just have to cut their losses here. They have the composition that should be winning early, but sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and accept, okay, we're on the back foot, we have to change things up, and if that means sacrificing everyone's farm for one player, then we will do it.
Another attempt on Mel QT's life. Doesn't really get much here. But they're also calling Reza on the opposite side of the map.
Like Untitled keeping good distance, respecting Daniel's ability to engage. So far, they've been doing a great job of identifying where the Homeboys roamer is on the map and not giving him easy pickups.
Yeah, they have, but now Reza acting as a secondary roamer as Hilda. She's got some decent wave play while Amal is going to get solo farm on the side waves, which is actually ideal for the Homeboys, right? Because at the end of it, it's Mel QT and Amal who are going to be the main scalers. Izanami is kind of a given.
Oh, they found a way of the dragon onto Reza, and well, we all know there's no coming out from that one.
All right. Reza unable to respond to it. Really good play from Untitled so far. They gotta keep it messy, right? Have a nice wide spread. SkyZ finally getting the Sky Piercer. Now they have a direction on who to play around.
We all know that SkyZ is a mean Granger, and now that he's got the Sky Piercer, Untitled's gonna try and funnel as much into him as possible as well. Daniel goes in, not able to find the Granger. Rasi is there as well, just to provide backup.
SkyZ is so confident, right? Even on his time with other heroes, always likes going flicker, never wants to take that purify. Reminds me a lot about Ruff, but SkyZ, he's found a lot more success in them, and I think this is one of the few compositions you got to be greedy with, because if you get taken out, don't worry, at least somebody else will be able to trade you compared to just being the main carry.
Indeed. Bottom tier. Oh, they found a Tsunami Slam onto the Granger. Reza jumps on instantly, but SkyZ flickers out. Hunt of Bone connects with Rasi, so he's picked up electrifying beats on top of Kimin as well. Amal trades. Double kill for the Joy.
I don't know. I think that SkyZ probably should have stuck his nose out there and chunked out Amal even harder. He might have been able to proc at least his Sky Piercer with enough tower shots. Unfortunate for Untitled, but a very hefty response from the homeboys as you see Reza trying to zone Siska away.
That means logically this turtle should be theirs. Reza buying time. Daniel's here as well. MelQT secures the turtle. That was scary. Final Slash also barely dodged by Amal.
Was he not in that hitbox? Wait, I'm with it. If we're talking about why that final slash didn't go through and push Amal away, I'd be just as confused. But it looks like it's just going to be a regular tech issue.
Regular tech issue there, but that is a turnaround for the homeboys. It looks like it was actually Daniel who made the call. So it doesn't seem to have been an issue with the final slash specifically.
Man, I can't believe he didn't get hit by that. It really felt like his hitbox was just in, but I do feel like it's just the skin and the tail.
It was close, but I don't think it actually hit. From what I could tell, it was correct, that interaction.
Big sad.
What surprises me is, did Amal not have retry?
Hey, you know.
Or did he miss the timing? Because that would have been scary.
It got very, very scary. To be fair, he already was like, Siska was already on top of him with the stun and everything, so there was a pretty good chance that if he chained it well, then it probably would have been even worse. Man, bugging me. It's bugging me. Got to see a replay of that at some point. However, at least for SkyZ, you can tell. This is why he takes that flicker. Moments like this when he gets picked up, there's just a lot of targets around.
Yeah, it was a good attempt from Daniel. Actually got the initiation that homeboys have been looking for the entire time. They couldn't find the target they wanted mainly, but taking out Kimin also just as valuable to finally start putting them on the board.
And not that they're on the board, at least for the homeboys, coming into this mid-game, they're starting to pick up the pace, right? They've got the first items, they've found their opportunities, and now they're trying to replicate it again and again and again. But it's time to make our way back into the game. Thank you to our marshals for initiating it. Let's jump right in.
All right, so far, Untitled still holding on to the gold lead. Homeboy is going to be forced to play fairly defensively as well, since if they are caught by themselves, that would put a wrench in their plans.
LQT, we're going for Sky Piercer. Rather interesting. I would have imagined that he would have kept it, pretty traditional, Corrosive Scythe, and then eventually build into the Windtalker. But we'll see what he's going to have at the end of this game. What is that final build? Oh,
Daniel, he found Siska. Tsunami Slam pulls him back. Siska looking for a chance to reinitiate. Final Slash not available though. MelQT picks up the kill. They will trade his Tsunami for it. Reza jumps in, finds the backline. Storm is bursted, and electrifying beats on top of the Granger secures the killing spree for Amal.
Perfectly played by Amal, and he also hit the beats on the rhythm. He got it. It felt like that electrifying beats lasted for so long. Dear God.
And now another Tsunami Slam. Oh, that was a miss on the Hunter phone. But Rasi still out of cooldowns. MelQT picks up the Sky Piercer stack.
Dude, the Sky Piercer stack feels so good, specifically on Obsidia, because it takes so long for the little projectiles to actually connect with the target. So if you have damage that comes in a little bit later, that's totally fine. A couple of auto attacks, you can even do a fadeaway with it.
Yeah, as we mentioned during the draft, MelQT is the only player who has won games with Obsidia. And funnily enough, the Sky Piercer is a regular item in his build on the hero, so people are going to start doing that in pubs, and I'm not going to be happy about it.
I mean, everybody wants to go for Sky Piercer in pubs, right? There's no real change in that. Right now, in terms of advantages, the major ones that we see so far is from Amal. A bit of a back and forth for Untitled territory, as homeboys look to steal away as many camps as possible to create enough of a level lead to stay ahead of Kimin. Kimin, he's keeping up, but right now this neutral is where it gets scary.
Title trying to do some damage. Brilliant's gonna be forced out by Rasi here. So Izanami does not have his defensive ult anymore. The Title will end up resetting the Lord.
They're gonna have to do this one more time. Oh, no turtle boat as well. No mountain shocker to open up this map. I think at this point, this is where Untitled will have to kind of call it quits, right? Give up position.
Here's the conceal. Does he want to use the Tsunami Slam? No, he does. He saves it for the Wave of the Dragon timing, but Izanami gets sniped down by Kimin. Daniel flickers out to safety. Amal looking for the chance. Electrifying Beast does so much damage. Amal melts the entirety of Untitled, but here comes Siska. Final Slash finds its target. Shut down, double kill for SkyZ. Amal, the last one left. Wave of the Dragon saved specifically for him. It's a shutdown. Untitled, take it back.
Beautiful play coming out from Untitled. Kimin, he's on fire right now. Great eyes for opportunity. Hopefully we get an instant replay because Rasi set that up perfectly to allow Kimin to sneak up onto the side. Don't forget about Siska, the final slash that turned it all around.
Finding it perfectly onto MelQT as well to set up the kill. Homeboys, they started the fight fairly well. The Joy did a lot of damage.
So much.
But they disrespected Untitled staying power.
Staying power is going to be very dangerous here. 4 items already complete from SkyZ. He is so far ahead of the game when it comes down to gold. Everybody else keeping it relatively even between Kimin as well as Amal. Because of that fight, it has evened up their scores and allowed Kimin to get a little bit more when it comes down to the gold. Even so, we have yet to see Storm make big mistakes, right? He's pulled attention away from the homeboys, allowing people like Kimin to find the opportunities. And honestly, it's looking very good from Untitled. They don't want to play uniformed anymore.
Now all the holy defenses are going to be gone. Lord is cleared up, but Untitled have regained the goal lead that they previously lost thanks to that one exchange. Looks like they actually want to try and push this. Mountain Shocker comes out. Daniel looking for a chance to engage, but Untitled keeping good distance.
Yeah, Untitled know that what they're not good at is sieging, right? They can hurt their opponents. Breaking the structure itself really boils down to whether or not they have enough poke against homeboys to push them away from the structures. For now, they're pretty dependent on that Lord, and these neutral objectives need to be really messy for the homeboys to take full advantage of how mobile their comp actually is.
And the later the game goes as well, the more Untitled is going to scale with this triple marksman composition. Homeboy is going to need to be able to find really clean catches if they want to turn this back around.
Now they got to dance a little bit, right? Dance against their opponents. Daniel, unfortunately, has not been finding enough tsunami slams. Really snowballed this game out of control, but it's still dead even. 3.6k lead for Untitled so far. The next fight probably is going to be around the 40k mark when it comes down to total gold, as the final few items are going to be coming into place for both the gold laners. Wow, alright. Already has the magic dagger in play. In comparison, like the full 1.7k now. Good dash from Kimin.
A really well-timed Traceless. The reaction speed, something I can never achieve for sure. Looks like Homeboy's actually intending to counter-engage. They flicker in with the Tsunami Slam, and Siska's caught in Thunderbolt. Meanwhile, in backline is being melted away by Living Beats. The fight is split in half. Kimin gonna be the next target, but he slides down. Amal picks up the killing spree. SkyZ sniping from afar, being protected by Rassi at the same time. It is a 2-for-2 trade.
Yep, guerrilla tactics here. Get in and out of these fights, and this is a perfect time for Amal to get picked off for the side of Untitled. The Lord now spawns. 2 seconds left on the clock, and Kimin's still alive. He is doing good. It feels like Kimin's got his confidence back up as well. Now, also keep in mind that SkyZ, he had to flicker forward to catch off Daniel, right? While he was low after the immortality had already popped. That might be a problem here for this upcoming fight.
Mountain Shocker going to be used. It's a 3v3 situation. Rassi gets the kick on MelQT just to buy time. He'll sacrifice his immortality, but this should be a free Lord. And now the Traction Pulse locks down Homeboys. The rest of Untitled has come to join the party. And they are falling one by one. Final Slash finds MelQT. And they wipe Homeboys. Amal is here. He's looking for the cleanup, but he is 1v4. And that is a mistake. SkyZ gets the double kill. Untitled nearly wipes Homeboys off the map.
Beautifully played by Kimin. He knew the only person who could stop that joy was Siska, and boy did Siska provide.
And now this is a chance for Untitled to actually end the game. It's unstoppable for Kimin. They finish off Daniel. It is a team wipe. The base is wide open. Our Dark Horses return in grand fashion to take down Homeboys in game number 1.
When it matters the most, that's when Untitled hit the hardest. Homeboys unready for the types of plays that these kids just laid them on the table. GG, well played, and that's only game number 1 for the side of Untitled. But this might just go to a full series if Homeboys wants to qualify here today.
Wow, what a performance right there. When we expressed doubts about this draft, when we looked at it and said, there's no way this is going to work, they prove us wrong. And this is a team that's been very good at doing that ever since their debut in the MPL.
Oh man, if I was Kimin in that situation, I would be doing the same thing to Siska as well. So many times Siska was able to save Keeman from this joy. Great stuff, great stuff. It really feels like there's more color, more life in Untitled right now.
And that means that all bets are off the table now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure a lot of us were expecting Homeboys to be the favorites going into this, and even going into the game we were expecting Homeboys to be the ones setting the momentum. But a massive early lead from Untitled allowed them to slowly get the goal needed to get scaled up on 3 different marksmen. And once that happened, it's very difficult to fight back.
Oh yeah, Amal, he would like to just kill one target at a time, but unfortunately there's too many going around here. I do think that there are some good ideas, right? The Tsunami Slam into the Hunt and Bone, just to make sure one target goes. But unfortunately, there's too many targets to actually worry about with the whopping lead that we saw from Untitled. They did hit the 42k mark exactly when we were expecting it to, and off of that power spike alone, and unfortunately not enough resources because Amal was a little far from the fight to actually turn that around for the Homeboys.
We just gotta give props overall to Untitled for being able to find the path to success here. Our MVP of game number 1 will be none other than Keeman. The man that everyone looked down on, the man that everyone was wondering, has he fallen off, shows up once again.
He's finally feeling himself today. The last time he saw his Yishin Shin, I was very hypercritical of it, but now it feels like he's a little more comfortable. Now the team is communicating a little bit more with each other to do whatever it takes to get him to his power spikes. 4 items by the end of this game. 7, 1, and 8 for his final KDA. 745 for his GPM because there were so many goddamn fights that he could barely farm. 2,873 for DPM with an 83% kill participation.
This really did look like classic DXS style gameplay. The scrappy fights, the ability to trade bodies in and out, for each player to be able to take control of their own individual segment of the brawl. Homeboys tried to split them up, tried to pick them off one by one, but Untitled proves why they were the kings of the scrap, and you know that when they are pushed against a corner, that is when the beast shows its fangs.
Let's look at the item build real quick. How did this progress so out of control for the Homeboys? And Siska opting to go for a tank build while still holding on to that Fury Hammer. And honestly, that Fury Hammer came into effect pretty soon, right? We saw the amount of damage he was able to do on Amal, bursting him down, and more importantly, at least stalling him for Keeman to get in and out of these fights. But at the same time, it threatens Izanami's life, right? Racian as well as Siska chunks out Izanami after the Brilliance, putting him at a really low rate for him to try and go for a Chaos Assault.
Yeah, I think Homeboys unfortunately were a little too dependent on Daniel to make the initial move. Ideally, you would have wanted Reza to be able to walk in front, bully out your opponent a little bit, and just provide information. But because Untitled accelerated the early game so quickly, the window of opportunity for a Hilda to become a threat just basically passed by in an instant. And that made Homeboys have to rely wholly on the Kalea to be their frontliner.
Not to mention, they weren't looking to play around the EXP side of the map anyways. We saw purple start into orange, start into gold lane, which is where we saw Amal's entire pathing to be linked with. I mean, yes, there was a contest for Little Wanderer, but really in the long term of things, it didn't really matter.
And I can't even blame him for thinking that way, because none of us would have expected the game to go the way that it did here. How quickly it got out of hand. When there's so many scaling heroes on the opposite side as well, it was super duper smart of Rasi to go for that EXP lane level 2 gank, because he knew he needed to unlock Siska. If Siska is not able to win out that lane, it becomes almost impossible for Untitled to scale in, and by putting Siska ahead of Reza straight away, his presence becomes a lot more valuable.
Yeah, I mean, when you're on the blue side orange buff, you know that Keeman, on his next jungle clear, he was expecting to see Reza, but because of that gank, wow, he had the time of his life. Not basically untouched the entire game except for neutral objectives where those fights get really, really massive. But I'm surprised, right? Because Untitled, they played that early game to the T. The best possible result for Racian as well as Storm to not only control how the mid lane moves, but Izanami we didn't get to see much impact off of him. Daniel, those tsunami slams instantly countered as well. They didn't find too many picks without huge trades from Untitled.
And it's honestly props to Untitled, because Homeboys, when they did actually find the catches, got really good ones. The initiations from Daniel were as clean as always, and I really liked the way that Homeboys tried to layer their approach to take advantage of cooldowns. But Untitled just positioned really well, and this was something that confounded many teams in the previous season as well. This team has a way of sticking around even when you at least expect them to.
Yeah, but they also didn't find the big flank angles, right? They wanted to play that traditional front to back with Amal kind of jumping in the back every once in a while when they do find the setup, but even so, I think that Untitled, just SkyZ, really nicely played by him as well. He was like 1,000 gold ahead of Mel QT, and I think that 1,000 gold difference really set Mel QT so far behind, because he was getting close to almost 23 to 22 stacks of the bone, if I remember seeing the visuals correctly. But even then, his damage was good. He just can't walk up to apply it.
Yeah, unfortunately, both Granger and Obsidia are pretty late game scaling heroes, but it's a lot easier for SkyZ to poke out. So if he is ever ahead of MelQT, then it becomes very difficult for Homeboys unless both Daniel and Reza are in position to set up for him. And they sadly weren't. Untitled made sure of that.
Yeah, I mean, all that coming down to Siska. I think at this point, they might want to rethink what Reza is going to play. Yes, he needs to open up the map. He needs to rotate fast. And I think there are other heroes that can do that. Fortunately, the Hilda might not be it this time around. I mean, that's more a preference than anything else.
We can have a look at the highlights just to relive the moments here where the early game was already out of control for Untitled initially by taking an early kill and then winning out the turtle fight. Homeboys did do a very good job of fighting back and getting some amazing initiations such as this one. And at one point, it looked like the gold lead was evened up again.
It did. And once we got into the mid game, I think this is where we saw Homeboys like, yes, it makes a lot of sense, but Keeman didn't let these low targets go through, right? He was cleaning up perfectly. Keep your eyes on him, right? He's looking for an opportunity, jumps on in. Luckily, Siska hands it to him, and he finishes off the rest. His only problem is Amal. He's the only person he can't outdamage.
And that's why you have Rasi around, just to make sure he gets locked down. The fact that Daniel had to be the one initiating all the time meant that Rasi could actually save Way of the Dragon for later in the fight. He didn't have to be the one starting them, especially since he also had Final Slash to rely on to actually start the engagement. Unfortunately, we did see in that mid-game fight where everything turned around that even at half HP, MelQT with the Hunt of Bone could not actually finish off Siska. So the hero still has a bit of a question mark. The amount of burst damage that Obsidia does is still highly lacking.
Yeah, no, it requires too much time. That's the biggest problem. Too much time to farm doesn't apply enough pressure in the lane. But once you get to that late game form, nobody can really touch you, right? Nobody's able to really out damage you. And that's the big issue here. Well, we'll see whether or not we're going to see the Obsidian one more time. I think that at least in this game, that Hunt of Bone actually had some pretty significant uses, right? Because, oh, I catch somebody with a Tsunami Slam, Hunt of Bone, guaranteed you're going to die. Because what are you going to do? Flicker away? You can't.
It's a very strong combo, and it's actually the specific combo that allowed Homeboys to win with an Obsidia previously. But Untitled has done their homework. They knew exactly how to space. They knew that Daniel was going to try and catch someone in order to set up for the Obsidia. And they knew that Rasi would probably be like their ideal target most of the time. So Rasi just doesn't start fights. He waits for them to do it for him.
Well, we asked you the question in the battle of the rising aggressive EXP laners. Who do you favor, Reza or Siska? And it looks like 76%, the majority say Reza with his 8 unique hero picks in 6 matches.
Maybe you guys have caster cursed Reza a little bit, you know? Like, that's a very big ratio in favor of Reza, especially after we mentioned how much this guy has been clutching out games for Untitled. And I think he continued to prove that in this game as well. That Arlet made some really nice final slashes.
Hey man, Homeboys fans are going to be Homeboys fans, and we appreciate that you guys are interacting with us, not only in chat, but more importantly, scanning that QR code for the Fan Talk Zone. Get ready for the next coming ones and the later days, because we still have to go through our second game. Because what are the adjustments for the side of the Homeboys, and do you think that Untitled got a little lucky with their 3 marksman composition?
A little lucky how? As in being able to draft it or being able to succeed with it?
Being able to succeed with it. Because there are definitely moments in that game where, you know, you tip the scales a little bit. It could have been the opposite side, like MelQT with a 1k lead rather than SkyZ with a 1.7k lead.
I don't think it's luck. Because in the first place, all those advantages came from Untitled's own efforts. Right? They ganked EXP early, made sure they had mid prio, didn't overstep to try and get kills, which is a mistake Rasi made quite often earlier in the season. Played a disciplined game against a team who they know is going to try and find fights.
Well, that's fair. Guys, we still have the 9th anniversary to celebrate, and we want to make sure that you guys can enjoy it right here up on that stage. Quickly, we've got Poji ready to go, looking for 2 lucky individuals to dance for 1,000 diamonds. Poji, you know what to do. He probably already has volunteers ready to go, right?
Hopefully he does. I would not want to be a random person picked out. Music start.
There's going to be 2 audience members that he's looking for. He's already decided somebody just needs to follow the dance that is playing on the screen right now. That's as simple as that. He's already found one and is now looking for a second person.
Looks like we've got 2 definitely willing volunteers. We definitely did not hold them hostage.
They definitely signed contracts to be like, yes, we'll be part of this. All right, we're gonna hit the music. Let's see whether these guys have figured it out. Oh, charisma from the guy who's already tried. Wait, Poji actually has got this down to a T.
Poji is breaking it down. By the way, I think he's supposed to be watching them to see who is supposed to be winning, but he's just taking over.
He is taking over that spotlight. It's gonna be hard to deal. Maybe he deserves to get 1,000 diamonds at this point. Poji, can you hear me? You gotta give those diamonds out to somebody else, sir.
Who are you gonna give the diamonds to, Poji?
Someone needs to see them dance. That's a better question.
No, I think he was a little busy.
He was a little busy with something. Alright, at least they're gonna be getting their diamonds at the end of the day. So sorry, no worries. Participation awards for everybody. Give it up for Poji and our 2 following volunteers and their 1,000 diamonds. This is all for the 9th anniversary.
We definitely need to give Poji some diamonds though. At some point, this man is going to actually do a performance on stage.
He's gonna actually do it. I feel like every time he's on camera, it's a performance with Poji, man. He's just that much of a show guy.
During the grand finals opening ceremony, we're gonna have dancers on stage, and then we'll realize that one of them is Poji.
It's been Poji this whole time.
Or maybe they're all Poji.
They're just
he learned how to use the sun doppelgangers.
All right. Untitled once again does get blue side. We'll see whether or not Homeboys have a better idea how to deal with this draft, because I don't feel like it was a drafting issue. I definitely feel it was more of like reading into how your opponents actually play. But we do have a quote to show you guys specifically from Ki Min. After having a ridiculous Yishin game, he says, "We feel like we're on the verge of missing the playoffs. Even though there's still a small chance, we'll just go all out and carry the winning moment from last week. In Homeboys, I think Daniel's a real threat, so I won't underestimate him. But overall, I think last season's version of Homeboys was much stronger."
Wow, that's kind of a call out right there. Basically saying that Homeboy Season 15 is better than Homeboy Season 16. It definitely seemed like they were giving proper respect over to Daniel. The spacing around the Kalea is a very good indication of that. But we do have to talk a little bit about the stakes that Untitled are facing right now. Even if they do get this clean sweep, they not only have to clean sweep all their remaining matches, they have to hope that their rivals like Aero Esports end up losing all of theirs. That is how dire the stakes are for Untitled to make it to playoffs again.
They could potentially change their odds if they just go for that 2-0, but Homeboys will never make that easy. Let's quickly look at a quote from Izanami. Last season, DXS was strong because they had great macro and micro. This season, while their macro is still solid, the mechanics have been slipping. At the Storm, I will beat you in the mid lane.
Unfortunately, aged a little poorly there. because Storm definitely outperformed in game number 1, but Izanami will have a chance to live up to his words once again. Pointing out the fact that they still have the same level of macro as before makes a lot of sense, but we are starting to see signs of that micro returning. Can they keep it consistent?
I don't know if they can keep it consistent, but the fact that they're in good spirits, let's see how much gas is in the tank. First, we must decide the random map draw. Let's see where this is going to lead to.
What is it going to be? Expanding rivers again for the second time. I like how I was about to say expanding rivers was good. Like we initially thought it would be good for Homeboys, and then Untitled showed off. And because I was midway through that sentence and it locked down expanding rivers again, I was just like, oh.
Why? It's just deja vu all over again, right? I feel like the title not going to change too much, but this time it's going to be Cho and Yi Shun Shin. Denial picks stolen away from Untitled.
So it is a reversal here. And Yi-sun Shin Cho can be taken out the board. Untitled still keeping it safe. The Granger opening worked for them before. They want to try it again. But now they don't have two of the picks that made their previous game so successful. If they want to match up in Assassin, Lancelot is still open for Kimin.
It's dangerous. No matter what, it's going to be dangerous. I feel like Lancelot probably has the best odds at dodging the Cho, but you're going to get targeted regardless. Untitled could go for Joy, but even that can get kicked away in the middle of these fights. They're going to be leaning into the Gatot and the Arlet.
Keeping it very safe, keeping it very close to the chest. Specifically giving Siska Arlet as much as possible, actually, is something Untitled has been doing. Even in the fear of being countered, Siska just has so much impact on this hero that Untitled wants to hand it to him no matter what.
Yeah, I think they don't mind letting the Assassin through at this point. They're going to get the Jushin for themselves, and I feel like right now, it's the perfect setup for a Phoveus from the side of the Homeboys, right? Because what other junglers are you supposed to play at this point? The Fanny is already out. You wanted to go put Kimin back on the Yi-Shun Shin, but now it's been stolen away. Both tank junglers are out of the question. Does that mean he has to play with the traditional Akai, have the consistent CC to allow Arlet to actually try and carry the game?
I wouldn't be a big fan of Akai personally. Basically, whether or not Homeboys decides they want to ban more junglers, because you do still have things like the Lancelot, like the Hayabusa. If you still want to go for more damage and jungle position, Eve gets banned out by Homeboys, so they want to have teamfight control. They're also aware that Eve with Arlet is a pretty scary duo.
Okay. Yes, Eve and Arlet is a scary duo, but the same can be said about Barca as well. Guinevere ban. Really good call because Kimin has historically played it twice so far within the season already. They get rid of the Hilda, potentially to try and fake for an assassin, or at least make sure that their assassin is not going to be touched. But in terms of the matchup, it's not like he can force priority, right? Even if it was like an Esme, for an example. Esme will be able to clear the waves decently quick and start affecting the jungle anyways.
Homeboys also has the possibility of going for double fighters since they have Yi-Sun Shin in the jungle already, which would lean towards Esme Lapu Lapu now that Phoveus has already been banned out. So far, MelQT has only actually played CC in the gold lane as a fighter.
Dude, people are already asking, wait, isn't this the same guy who bought like a whole bunch of tickets anyway? And he still wants to buy more? Who's he inviting? His entire condo block? What's going on?
That's the Akatsuki for you right there. They want to take everything.
They don't have just 12 members. They're a full terrorist organization. Oh boy. All right. Now that we're done with the bans, we see the second phase. Now, this is where it'll get interesting, right? Marksman's still not predetermined, but there's also no reason to take the Purify other than the Cho. Moskov comes into play. I like it.
Okay. So no double fighter side lane for Homeboys, which makes sense since Zusin is going to be their mid lane. They might be a bit lacking on damage if they expect Kimin to carry all of it. Moskov this season so far, has not had a very good success rate. In fact, I don't think a Moskov has won yet this entire season. Untitled locks in the Kimmy. There's no chance of a triple marksman like before now that Yi Sun-shin is gone, but this will give them some extra scaling.
Oh man, Fredrin would have been so good for this composition.
I feel like Haya is probably best, otherwise it would be Lance.
It's gotta be something. Yeah, Lancelot. I mean, it's kind of pick your poison, right? They all want to do the same things. It's just which do you prefer handling a little bit better? Now, homeboys, they've already got the Moskov in hand. I would have imagined that they would have wanted to go for like the Harith, because since Cho is available, that means that unfortunately for SkyZ, he most likely has to take the Purify. But we saw in game number 1, even against the Kalia, he didn't take the Purify. So it's safe to assume he does not care.
He knows that as long as he positions himself well, then there will be no need to use a Purify, especially with the front line that they have to work with now. Reza needs to make sure he picks up a hero that doesn't lose too hard to Siska. Ideally wins the lane, and it looks like it will be the Hylos. I was wondering if they would go for this as a way to set up dives into the backline.
No, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because again, the backline really depends on getting a bit of movement speed to kind of keep up with the rest of the team alongside their long range. But specifically for Stoem, he's going to struggle, right? As soon as he uses his thrusters, once he's down on that ground, that Glorious Pathway is not going to let him move.
Previously, Homeboys had a lot of difficulty because they just didn't have the tools to reach the marksman in the backline, even with 3 of them. But now they've got a little bit more options, especially with Daniel on his signature top global Cho. We're going to be seeing a very different game too.
Yeah, this is going to be a very spicy game. Homeboys, they've got plenty of CC to work with, plenty of scaling as well, but this time the mid duo is looking to fight toe-to-toe against Untitled, which could be a little scary. Keep in mind, Stoem's damage in the early game is relevant. It's still going to be about the mid lanes, but it's time to roll into the Land of Dawn.
Time to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 between Untitled and Homeboys. Both teams looking for points for different reasons, but both with eyes set upon the playoffs. Let's find out how this one will go.
Yep, instantly, they need to figure out what Rossi started off in terms of skills. More importantly, just try and zone them off the wave as much as possible, right? If they clear the waves fast, sure. If they get a freeze, that would be even better, because then it puts Stoem in a really awkward spot where he has to walk up the fight.
And the Observer is doing a very good job of convincing me to buy the new Zusin skin as well. I know, I see what you're doing there, and unfortunately it is working. It looks very nice.
It is very nice. The effects when it's dropping down.
Dude, it has music when you ult. It's actually insane.
It's vibes, man. It's some good vibes. Well deserved, well deserved. All right, in terms of the emblem setups, everything looks to be pretty straightforward. Reza opting to go for a little bit of extra movement speed rather than armor or even health. Everybody else, Wilderness Blessings.
Slightly slower start compared to before. Izanami trying to be a bit more active on the map as well. The Homeboy is specifically giving more resources to the Zusin, including both the EXP Cram and the Little Wanderer. They want this hero online for Turtle Fight.
If they need to get Izanami to level 4, that's the big one. That's why we're seeing this these traditional rotations, just to ensure that he does eventually hit it.
The Homeboys rotating up. They know the timing that Untitled might gank EXP. They're not going to let it happen again.
Up and Daniel still being annoying as ever. Keeman doesn't want to chase. He has to be careful because if he wastes too many resources, he won't get this turtle, but it doesn't look like they're going to contest it.
Anti-grav thrusters come out. Daniel in trouble. Flickers over the wall. He is actually still alive, and he's baiting them all the way. Amal gets a free turtle for this. Daniel will eventually go down. Stoem picks up first blood, but it's not a bad trade.
Not a bad trade at all. However, we're not seeing enough of a punish here.
Izanami in trouble. He got caught with Traction Pulse. Has to use the Crimson Beacon to escape.
Set up for a bigger angle there, but Reza, he knows that he doesn't have the damage. Same goes for Izanami. They're a nice little combo when Zushin first came out. Glorious Pathway to allow Izanami, after the Crimson Beaker, to just run down his targets, no matter how far they are. At this point, keep your eyes on Daniel. Looks like he's going to the top side to maybe try and make something happen, but he is gaining plenty of vision and knows exactly where Keeman is.
He will find Stone. Does he want to go for the kick? Looks like the answer is no. Wants to save it for a better target, better timing.
Power farming's good. Level 6 to level 5 so far. Slight EXP lead coming in from Amal with his entire top side still ready to be farmed as well. SkyZ has been doing okay against Mel QT. Very minor differences, but whenever the River Crab comes up, he gets a little bit of aid from his support role, maybe even his mid laner, and that's going to be putting him ahead ever so slightly. Small increments.
Yeah, really solid rotations from both sides. Final Slash comes out to catch Amal, but he will dash away. Keemin comes in. Reza pops the glorious pathway. Should be able to walk out of this.
Really okay so far. Ziska doesn't mind being very generous with that ult. It has a super short cooldown. Probably not as good as Angela's, but getting pretty similar to more like Labu. Even so, bot side, pretty unexciting so far, and this has been the lowest kill count as we hit into the 4th minute.
We've had a lot of fast games today, so it's kind of unusual to see one go as slowly as it has. Daniel tries to bait Storm, actually dodges the Unbreakable with Shunpo. Team in securing purple. Turtle is now spawning on the Land of Dawn. Distraction falls, forces a Crimson Beacon out as well.
Are they able to force it even more here? They've gone angled to catch 3 with Glorious Pathway. But
oh, hold on! They found SkyZ! They kick it with Way of the Dragon, sets it up for Amal, and now Homeboys can rotate over to the Turtle. Untitled will use this chance to try and blitz it down as fast as possible. Heemin secures it.
Maybe a little too good to be true, to be fair. Amal able to get this invade off just in time, but just look at that pressure from the side of the Homeboys. Now that they got that first one, oh,
here comes the AOG. MelQT will instantly skewer Rasi away, and Homeboys make a quick retreat.
As they retreat, 93 seconds left on the clock, and Izanami making sure that he's trying to maintain the best KDA possible. No side wants to fall down like this. Oh!
Daniel goes in, gets the kick on Siska. Traction Pulse cancels it out a little bit. Siska finals left, pushes Amal in. Traceless gets him out.
Oh, unfortunate. Unfortunate. Very least, Daniel is finding these kick opportunities. The game is slow, but decisiveness coming out from the Homeboys' side. What can they really do? What can they do? I feel like Homeboys, as much as they push the agenda, the counter engage from Untitled is just as good. So they have to wait for big ult resources, right? Like the Final Slash, maybe the Phantom Execution. But I think more likely than not, it boils down to the AOG.
So far, Untitled playing a very similar way to game number 1. Not really forcing things, waiting for Homeboys to play into them. They're quite okay with turtling this game out.
Turtling this game out. Next objective, about to spawn. 6 minutes into this game, and the score is currently 1-1. It became so macro so quickly. As you see, the resources of Untitled dedicated towards making sure that SkyZ is able to crack open this tier 1. Homeboys oblige and say, you know what? We'll do the exact same thing. But Siska, nowhere to be found in that lane.
That is actually the first tower of the game. 6 minutes in. Untitled break down the bot tier 1. MelQT going to trade for the top tier 1. Rasi gets the taunt onto Reza in the bush. That is a high low, of course, so he is going to be fine. Turtle dropping very low. And Untitled gets it. Daniel goes in with the flicker kick. Only ends up kicking Kim in the other direction. They're not able to follow up on it. Amal doing a good job of juking. Reza also buying time. 1v3. Glorious Pathway used defensively. And they're chasing down the Lancelot. They found Kim in. But they're very low on HP. Amal and Daniel both need to get out of here right now. Daniel going to be sacrificed. SkyZ picks up the double kill. But the entire time, MelQT gets a free tier 2 up top.
Nicely played. And if they get this mid tier 1, this is going to open the game wide open. As Izanami has not been able to get an honest fight against Entitled, and now loses his structure because of that. Arlen already completing his second item 7 minutes into the game with the Oracle, as we have a slow push on the bottom side. Reza needs to answer it, if not, he's going to lose a turret for free.
Title thriving in these chaotic situations. While they did drop some bodies, they're still keeping themselves in this, and they're more than willing to trade that top tier 2 to open up the mid lane while getting some kills around the Turtle as well. So far, they've been responding super well to Daniel's aggressive initiations.
Yeah, see them get more. I would like to see them get more aggressive, but I don't think the conditions are right just yet. Not just yet for the homeboys, right? We need to see a mistake coming. Oh!
Reza gonna be shoved in with the final slash. Revitalize comes out. Stome throws the traction pulse. Not gonna be able to hit it, but look up top lane. Daniel finds the kick onto Keyman. Mountain Stalker dodged by the Torn Bros, but he is 1v2. AOG a bit too late, and the conceal comes out. Izanami now has his eyes on Siska. Throws him backwards. Siska looking for a chance to dash around. Actually uses Daniel to escape, but here comes the Spear of Destruction! QT sets it up for Izanami to kill off Siska.
They found the angles. And now they dance around the mid lane once again. Daniel, so deep in... Oh my god, does he have an angle? Okay, thank god. Guys, it was able to spot him out just before he goes in, but the Lord is now available, and both sides, they want it back.
They got the pickup on Rasi. He has to use Revitalize, and now they're diving, but Daniel taking a lot of damage from Stome. He's gonna need to back it off as well. Should be a free Lord for Amal, and Homeboys will go ahead and back off there.
Now they have to play the defense. In terms of defense, all they got right now for some easy wave clear is Storm. He's probably the only one who can do it. Rasi against Super Minions. Super Minions will win out even though he has Concussive Blast. But let's look at the item build to see their current progress, right? As we can see, it's going to be a 6.1 to 6.3, 200 gold difference between the marksmen. For supports and alongside the main advantage that we're seeing, where a majority of this gold is going to, is Isha and Shin. He's 1,000 ahead.
Yeah, he's actually really farmed. Glorious Pathway comes out. Homeboys really want this mid-tier 1 final slash! Suska! He found Izanami!
He did. Izanami had no time to react as well, and worse yet, Suska didn't even have to like make it into a flicker play.
This guy continuing to be the clutch player for Untitled. Stome scouting out Daniel, not giving him the angle for a free kick. Untitled are doing a great job of holding the waves back here.
Well, as they continue to dance, the dive might just commence. Daniel is looking for opportunities. He's calling his buddy Moskov to come alongside. Ooh, right at the edge, just before the toes.
Oh, that was close. This guy scouting the bush with the final slash. A little further, and he would have actually gotten the two-man catch. But I think Untitled are perfectly okay with that. The Lord basically did nothing for Homeboys.
Yeah, they're pretty content with the low kill score.
Rasi found the taunt on Daniel. He should pose out of there. Glorious Pathway comes in as well. Cuts the fight in half. The tower goes down. Rasi comes in with the AOG to cut the fight and force Homeboys back. But they did get the tier 1.
Now, that tier 1 missing, it opens up a lot of potential opportunities to invade the enemy jungle after the neutral objective. And 4 to 4, 10 minutes into this game, rather shocking, because I would imagine somebody would get like a little impatient, whether it be Rasi, maybe it would be for Daniel, but I think that Daniel is definitely holding himself back. He doesn't see all the right conditions in his eyes.
And these two teams are honestly giving each other a lot of respect. I'm seeing a little bit of our lower bracket finals from Season 15 actually, where DXS brought Homeboys all the way to a Game 5. And we're starting to see that rivalry rebirth itself here. 11 minutes in, kill score still very low, and the net worth lead is basically negligible.
Yeah. In terms of other stats, it's going to be 4 towers to 2 turtles to 1 turtle. And at this point, we just have to patiently wait. 16 seconds left on the clock. Big group up from Untitled just to see if they can catch Reza lacking again. But I feel like he's already learned from his mistakes. He's not walking in without backup, or at least the means to intercept the targets as they're just about to fight.
A lot of finesse is going to be necessary for these brawls here. And both teams, all 10 players, are well aware of it. So far, we've not seen any mistakes being made. Most kills being found by just better initiation.
Speaking of better initiation, the fight might just break out now. In terms of wave sequence, bot side already has his push, so we have a cross-map play in effect.
LQT going to be setting that up as expected of a Moskov, which puts Keyman in a really awkward situation. He's going to have to show himself to clear that wave, and when he does, Homeboys will go all in. Daniel going to try and jump on Siska, not able to find the kick, gets the flicker kick on Siska, but the Revitalize comes out. Melkuti gets the tower down bottom. Glorious Pathway going to be used as well. Homeboys not able to break into the jungle of Untitled, but the pathway is gone. Siska gets pinned against the wall, gets lifted up and picked off. Sky Piercer goes through, and his Spirit of Destruction allows Melkuti to join the fight as well. Keemin going to need to come and help out his team, but Untitled going to chase down Daniel. They pick off the Immortality. Sky Piercer stack for Sky Z, and that's killing spree for the Granger, but Homeboys looking to surround. Izanami now comes in from the backline. Amal vulnerable. Sky Z with the shutdown. AOG comes in, gets the knockout, but Sky Z with the triple, with the Maniac. One hit away from the Savage. Reza's not going to give it to him, but Untitled have found the opening. 4 members of Homeboys dead for another 10 seconds at least. Only a high-low stopping their advance, and they've got 2 minions up top. Reza is gone! Untitled have done it! The Dark Horses gallop their way back like a stampede to take down the Homeboys in a clean sweep!
2-0, a solid 3 points, a win that Untitled have been looking for all week. And this gives some breathing room to the organizers and, more importantly, the team owners of Untitled. Faith has been restored, and you can see that Keeman, he's so happy. He's like, oh my god, oh, we made it to the next round.
You can really see the joy on these players' faces, the relief on Snome when that game was over. It was so well played. This is the scrappiness we have known these players for. It's been missing the whole season, but they found the sauce, the missing ingredient. Is it back?
Maybe this is what they've been looking for this entire time. I'm just glad that in both of these games, Skyzen, who we thought, he's gonna play a fighter, he's been trying all these other techs, now goes back on that marksman and shows, you know what? I'm pretty sick with it. Let me take care of the rest.
What a game. What a way to end day 1 of week 5 here. I was thinking we were going to get a full series, but Untitled knew they need those points. They want playoffs for a second time in a row. They're not going to let their journey end this soon.
Yeah, and look at him. We were just talking about him. He's just like, what? No, I wasn't gloating over myself. Who would do such a thing? With that being said, we're going to be throwing in over 2 rows up on the stage with Keeman alongside Lassie.
The playoffs dream still continues. 3 mata penuh untuk Untitled. Dan sekarang Rose bersama dengan Siska dan juga Rasi. Hello, how are you?
Good.
Dia budak ni memang good je yang keluar dari mulut dia. Now, Siska, selepas berjaya dapat 3 mata atas Homeboys hari ini, and kalau kita tengok track record musim lepas, korang tak pernah pun menang lawan Homeboys. Adakah ini perlawanan sesi membalas dendam? Cakap.
Mungkin lah sebab kita orang season lepas tak pernah menang dengan Homeboys kan. Dari regular season sampai ke playoff kita tak pernah menang. So season ni kita orang dapat menang 2-0. Tu je lah.
Tu je. Now, kita tahu that pada tengah-tengah regular season ni Untitled memang kita boleh cakap shaky lah. Tapi atas kemenangan ni 3 mata penuh 2-0, apa yang korang buat dekat gaming house ataupun masa off day to ensure that korang boleh menang perlawanan ni? Sebab perlawanan ni adalah do or die tau.
Kalau saya waktu awal-awal kita orang pressure lah sebab season depan kita orang dah top 3 kan. Season ni kita orang nak target lebih tinggi. Tapi di sebab awal-awal kita orang nak target 2-0 menang-menang win streak. Lepas tu
Santai, relax.
Kita try target 2-0, lepas tu kita dah low streak balik kan. Kita dah hilang balik pressure tu. Kita just main macam season lepas lah. Nothing to lose,
betul tu. Pressure kena solo kill ke dekat XP? Pressure kena solo kill ke dekat XP?
Tak ada. Kena pressure dengan Rasi.
Kenapa? Apa Rasi buat?
Kalau kalah dia, kan saya tidur dengan dia. Betul. Dia ambil space saya banyak sikit lah.
Okay. Bukan sini ya kita settle masalah ni. Kita settle belakang sana nanti, okay? Jangan dekat sini. Sabar. Kalau korang tak tahu lah kan, Rasi dengan Siska ni memang besties lah, boleh kata dekat gaming house. Asyik gaduh je setiap hari. Tapi Siska, very good game today dan ramai orang pun puji Siska. Tapi guys, hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. Korang rasa siapa?
SkyZ.
Wesh, ada beberapa nama yang tengah keluar ni. So mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP of the game jatuh kepada
Z.
Apa benda ni?
Z.
Kena time out ke apa? Siapa? SkyZ ke? SkyZ! Alright, Rasi, ambil SkyZ. Mana SkyZ? Pergi ambil dia. SkyZ, hello SkyZ. Uish. Wah, terus ambil dari sana sebab dapat maniac kan? Hi Z, how are you?
Sihat Alhamdulillah.
Sihat. Z, selepas kemenangan ni korang are on a winning momentum. Minggu depan korang akan jumpa GMXK sebelum korang jumpa SRG. Betapa confidentnya SkyZ untuk lawan GMXK?
Sekarang memang kita orang 100% confident lah sebab dah 2 game menang kan. So memang confident.
Okay, now let's talk about the game pula. Untuk game pertama, kita boleh nampak dari side Homeboys that dorang ambil Obsidia. Tetapi dekat MPL Malaysia ni, tak silap bros, Obsidia is not doing very good, especially debut week dia minggu lepas. Apa pendapat SkyZ tentang Obsidia ni?
Sejauh ni bagi saya bagus je. Cuma dia scaling sikit lah. Kalau team fight, kalau game tu late game memang game dia lah. Tapi kalau early game dia susah. Early game dia tak dapat farm memang susah sikit.
Adakah kita boleh nampak SkyZ main Obsidia in the near future?
Mungkin saya main je, cuma nanti.
Cuba nanti. Tunggu lah. Playoffs dulu lah.
InsyaAllah.
Alright, thank you very much SkyZ. Of course, Rose pun nak borak dengan Rasi. Rasi, sini Rasi.
Halo.
Rasi.
Waduh.
Kenapa hari ni lain macam you main?
Sebab mau playoff.
Mau playoff? Sebab apa mau playoff?
Sebab dah janji dengan kawan saya mau playoff.
Janji dengan kawan perempuan ke lelaki?
Alamak. Laki lah, Godiva.
Jujur, don't lie to me.
Takkanlah di sini Kak Ros.
So, adalah motivation hari ni?
Adalah mau playoff lah.
Guys, korang boleh nampak kan dari gameplay Rasi tadi, dia memang nak layak ke playoffs. Sebab kalau Rasi layak ke playoffs adalah. Korang
nice.
YTJT je lah guys. Tapi I'm pretty sure you guys understand what I'm trying to sampaikan. Now Rasi, as a coach, as a captain, let's take it a bit seriously. As a captain, selepas kekalahan yang berturut-turut, macam mana you try to maintain your players, your team punya mental? I'm pretty sure awak pun koyak.
Ya.
So macam mana?
Tetap yakinkan mereka sih kalau mereka tuh power. Sebab memang jago-jago sih kita, cuman tak ada luck.
Season ni memang semua luck So, selepas kemenangan ini, going up in the last week of regular season untuk minggu depan, apa yang you rasanya akan jadi?
Last week?
Yes, week 6. Sebab as of now, Untitled belum lagi secure playoff slot korang.
Betul, tak tahu, just do my best aja lah. Mau playoff atau enggak, nanti gimana next week. Tapi seenggaknya aku do my best.
Apa yang you selalu cakap dengan your teammates? Macam mana nak suruh diorang relax, calm down?
Apa? Aku cakap apa biasa? Jom pergi mama.
Pandai. Pasal makanan, pandai. Patutlah satu player sakit perut hari ni. Pandai je. Is there anything that you guys nak cakap kepada fans yang datang tengok? Walaupun not that much tapi memang bising. So, anything you want to say to them?
Thank you udah datang meskipun kita shaky lah di regular season, tapi ya kita bakal kasih yang terbaik untuk next match-nya.
Thank you very much kepada Rasi, SkyZ dan Siska. Dan itu sahaja untuk winners interview hari ini. Nanti kita ada post-match insights. But now, let us throw it back to the casters.
Give it up for Untitled. SkyZ, our MVP of the game, with once again his outstanding Ranger 7-1-1 versus KDA, a GPM of 766 and a DPM of 3,703 with an 89% kill participation. Both games on Granger. both games, outstanding performance.
SkyZ is the type of player where if you give him the right hero and you give him the right circumstances, then he just walks away with the entire game. The Granger has always been one of his signatures, and he shows why. His positioning is so good, he's able to take care of himself in scrappy team fights. Even when Daniel's trying to chase him down, he still finds ways to outmaneuver him.
Yeah, and that's why he built some level of confidence, but I also have to give it to Rasi. He played a really strong game on some of his, well, one of his best performing heroes within the league and one of his worst performing heroes in the league. Kind of balancing out the heroes, because we were talking so much smack about his gut thought specifically, but today I think he really laid out the game plans, and you can tell that he was hungry for the win.
That hunger was evident here. Rasi, and I think he made really good calls as well, knowing that Daniel's a hyper-aggressive player, and he's unlikely to be able to beat out Daniel in a direct micro battle. Wait for him to come to you instead. Yes, it's a risky choice, because you're basically inviting your opponents into the safety of your own home, but it does mean that you're playing on home field as well. You're able to take advantage of that, and you will generally have the numbers since Daniel is so far forward.
Oh yeah, and not to mention that the composition we see from Untitled basically are really good at just chasing you down, right? And Homeboys, unfortunately, if they mis-execute on the initial engagement or the pickoff, it starts to spiral out of control very quickly. Everybody's got to run in separate directions and just pray that you aren't the target that Untitled decide to clamp on.
Absolutely. So many things went right for Untitled here, and we knew even from last season that this is a team that tends to perform better when they're pushed into a corner. And yet somehow they're consistent on that. That doesn't seem like something you would usually be consistent on, and yet it is actually a defining characteristic.
It really was. And we're seeing that Untitled at least have kind of gotten their act together. Their cleanup game is looking so much better. If game number one we were talking about how Keeman was able to clean things up, SkyZ is a huge standout in game number two, especially when everybody else, even Keeman, was struggling to get kills.
Keeman was having some difficulty initially, and that's a bit unfortunate because he was able to pop off in game 2 the same way he did in game 1. He would have definitely been a shoe-in for MVP of the game as well. But that's fine, right? That's why you have 5 players in a team. That's why you can delegate those roles. If Keeman is being pressured, then SkyZ can pop off. If SkyZ's having some difficulty, Keeman gets more space. But Siska is just always going to be there getting those setups because he's just way too good.
Yeah, he just hits it every single time. One of the more consistent players from this lineup. But let's look at the key players of this game. Rich Guy, the carry. No surprises going over to SkyZ, but Rasi takes Sandbag and Stoem takes Best Wingman. It's all Untitled across the board.
They are not content with just dominating the game. They gotta dominate the Hall of Fame as well. The numbers are not actually the highest among them all, but Untitled knew what they were doing. This was actually one of the slower matches as well, which makes me surprised about how quickly it actually ended up ending, because for the first 11 minutes basically nothing happened, and then one big fight and Untitled ends at 13.5. This is actually still objectively a quick game.
It is, and not to mention that the First Lord was taken by the Homeboys initially, right? So it's just a lot of things that's surprising to me, and I think definitely for the Homeboys, it's gotta be a little frustrating, especially for their coach. He was not happy when they got back into the room. It's just like, guys, I adjusted the draft so that we don't have to deal with this. What's going on?
I think this is where we might see a little bit of the same issues of Homeboys from before, right? They're really good at picking off players, and they're so good at playing off of Daniel's aggression. But if other teams realize that that is always going to be your objective, then you can come up with ideas to counter it.
Keeping it messy, keeping it slick and clean. This 14-minute game ends with a 1.9k lead for Untitled. Considerably small. We never even broke 1.9k. The gold lead never exceeded something so crazy.
It's just look at the graph, really. It's pretty even throughout the entire time. Even the peaks are less than 1,000, right? Even at the end, the massive peak you see there is only actually 2,000 gold. It was so close the entire time. Both teams were giving each other so much respect. so much time, playing it slow and disciplined. But Untitled were able to force out a little bit of that signature chaos.
Oh yeah, I mean, just look at the way that these fights actually progressed, right? Early turtles, Untitled were able to slowly secure. Daniel, of course, being frustrating as ever for Untitled, but eventually things started to turn around. Like, for an example, Keeman, the fact that Keeman didn't get hit by the turtle ball, was able to skew away and got disengaged by Rasi. Look at how much time he buys for SkyZ to eventually just clean up the rest of the crew.
The time bot is so valuable, and he still survives all of it as well. And SkyZ's positioning is clean. Daniel did get some good catches. He was opening up the map wherever he could. But he's the only one that's really capable of doing that. Reza is more of a team fight support, and he's very good at splitting fights with the Glorious Pathway. But if Untitled are able to position themselves out of it, then you are stuck in a similar situation to Game 1 where you only really have one initiator.
I think a lot of it just comes down to like the decisions around sieging their opponent's turrets, right? Again, they gotta give a little bit more respect, especially to this Arlet. That final slash is such a good ability. It's one of the few abilities that dispositions you a wide distance.
And the animation is still so quick as well. I still remember when Arlet was first released. That was the main thing. That was the main thing everyone was looking at. Is like, why is this so fast?
You blink, it happens, right? You know, there's no counterplay to it until they added a couple more frames to it. Now I feel it's a little bit more manageable, right?
Definitely. But still, in the hands of a skilled player, it can make a lot happen. It's supposed to be a counterable hero, but Siska makes it look like it's the best.
Speaking of which, we have hot takes, a minute on the clock, but Staffa, you're going to be the one taking care of it.
Really?
Your minute is about to begin. By all means, take it away.
All right, everyone. So my hot take, not specifically for this game, but for this entire season, is just the fact that there is no singular rubric for MLBB. And I feel like there's a bit too many times where teams try to learn and play better and improve and try to change their playstyle by looking at other people, by looking at other regions, by looking at other teams that they feel are more successful with them. But that does not necessarily work. If you overthink a little bit too much about a certain thing, then it doesn't always pan out well. Let's look at Untitled as an example, actually. When the patch dropped in week 2, they overthought the draft. They figured we have to change our entire style. We have to pick only heroes that work for the specific map that we played, and that was bad. It just did not work at all. Look at them now. Now they're actually going back to the same style they played when they were DXS, picking up comfort heroes that they feel more comfortable on, even if they may not be the most meta, like Siska's Arlet, and it works out super well. Look at other teams, like Homeboys or Team Ray, who only play one singular strategy, and our teams are starting to figure them out. You gotta be adaptable, but you also gotta keep it comfortable. You gotta have that balance. And that is going to be my hot take here.
That's your minute, Safa. Interesting. Gotta figure it out for these teams.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hai guys, selamat kembali kepada Post-Match Insight bersama dengan Rose. Dan sekarang ni Rose bersama dengan Coach Jasmine daripada Homeboys. Now, Coach, apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini? Sebab going into this matchup, ramai orang expect tinggi daripada Homeboys selepas prestasi yang sangat-sangat menarik.
Oke, sebetulnya yang terjadi dekat game 1 itu tadi kita ada kesilapan eksekusi sih di early lebih tepatnya. So itulah yang membuat kita ada domino effect yang terjadi. So kita tak boleh dapatkan momentum balik. Itulah terjadi. Intinya kita ada kesilapan di early ya.
Kesilapan di early. Adakah itu the reason of maybe because of overconfidence going into this matchup, ataupun memang it's just they managed to outplay you guys in the early game?
Oke. Sebetulnya tadi kan dekat game 1 tuh sebetulnya draft kita tuh betul-betul harusnya bisa agresif banget di early gitu. Mungkin itu yang over confident lah mungkin dari player, sebab dorang rasa mungkin hero nih kita memang kuat sangat lah di early. Tapi disebabkan ada mistake tuh harusnya kita early tuh menang jauh, tiba-tiba terjadi something dan sulit lah buat kembali lagi gitu.
Yes, boleh nampak daripada prestasi mereka. Now, kalau kita bandingkan game pertama dengan game kedua, biasanya Daniel, the roamer of Homeboys, main sangat-sangat agresif. Beberapa match yang lepas pun agresif. Tetapi, kenapa selepas game pertama, dia punya playstyle di game kedua sangat-sangat pasif? Adakah dia dah kena mental sebab dia adalah rookie?
Aku rasa kalau kena mental mungkin tak. Cuma mungkin terdapat pressure udah pastilah. Sebab kan, which is kekalahan pertama juga kan buat dia kan. Tapi menurut aku yang tadi aku lihat sebenarnya aman-aman aja sih. Oke aja, orang boleh reset cepat juga. Mungkin kalau masalah pasif mungkin sebab hero kita memang nggak seagresif yang di game 1 tadi sih.
Okay, now let's talk about one last thing pasal game pertama. Sebab kita boleh nampak daripada side Homeboys, dorang ambil Obsidia. And going back to the drawing board, kalau kita tengok statistik untuk Obsidia musim ini, dia tak bagus sangat. Sebab Obsidia ada hanya satu kemenangan, and itu adalah MLQT masa lawan Todak. Tetapi apa yang membuat Homeboys last pick Obsidia untuk perlawanan ini?
Okay. First, sebetulnya kalau bicara statistik, sebetulnya justru bagus buat Homeboys, betul. Sebab 100% win rate buat MLQT dan one of satu-satunya yang boleh menang dengan Obsidian. Sebetulnya kita udah try banyak sih di scrim guna Obsidia, especially kita kalau misalkan lawan Arlot kan. Sebab Arlot tuh kan kalau misalkan kena ulti Obsidia memang tak boleh des langsung So sebetulnya itu yang kita harapkan sebetulnya. Cuma memang again kita kalah di early, memang ada silap. Menurut aku marksman apapun tak akan jadi ya kalau misalkan early kalah kan.
Tak dapat early game spike, especially Obsidian is a very late game hero. Now coach, kita semua tahu that Homeboys ada back to back match di mana korang main last match hari ini dan first match esok menentang CG Esports. Now CG is doing really well juga di regular season ini dan sudah mendapatkan tiket mereka ke playoffs. So, apa preparation yang akan berlaku pada malam ini untuk make sure korang pula dapat slot korang untuk playoffs esok?
Kalau preparation sebetulnya kita selama 1 minggu ini memang preparation buat Untitled dengan CG ya, secara langsung gitu. Cuma mungkin kalau buat malam ini kan ada scrim juga lepas nih gitu. Mungkin aku akan fokus ke early game sebab harusnya playstyle kita kan memang agresif di early gitu. Dan itu yang nggak terjadi sebetulnya tadi dekat game 1 tuh.
Tak dapat capitalize apa yang korang punya draft with. You know what? Thank you very much Coach Jasvin.
Thank you.
Harap you guys boleh mendapatkan your playoffs ticket.
Amin.
Esok lawan CG Esports. With that, let us throw it back to the casters.
Thank you so much for the post-match insights with Rose, alongside with the most important insights here from Coach Jasvin. It must be really difficult to be able to come out with the words and kind of explain the situation that Homeboys was in currently, but some good insight, right? They wanted to go for that early game, couldn't get what they wanted, and things spiraled out of control. This means that they are still stuck in 3rd place with 13 points, and they still have the rest of the week to try and get and qualify for their playoff slot.
A victory here would have guaranteed that 3rd slot to the playoffs, so that definitely feels a little rough for the Homeboys, but they'll still have a few opportunities to make it up there, especially since they are still in 3rd. For now though, SRGOG has finally taken over the top spot once again, pushing CG down to 2nd, with Vamos in 4th, Untitled pushing MV down, now in 5th place position, as well as Aero, Team Ray, GMXK, and Todak rounding out the bottom.
And with Untitled jumping up, again, you can see how tightly contested it is amongst the middle of the pack on that 2nd page on your right-hand side. Untitled has now jumped up that 5th spot, overtaking MV because of that 2-0. It just goes to show every point counts. Every 2-0, that extra point that you get on top of the 2 is so worth it.
That means that even Vamos, currently 4th place in the standings, is not necessarily safe and needs to make sure they got lock in for the rest of their games, and that holds true for every single team here as well. We may only have 2 weeks left in the regular season, but the competition still goes on. And the players are really starting to lock in a little bit. The teams that are known for being able to find their momentum at the very end of the season, this is the time they're going to actually start popping off.
Now let's look at our bracket forecast. This is what we are assuming as of right now, based off of the current standings of where everybody will be when we get to the playoffs. The upper brackets is still undecided, but for now, it is still looking very much like SRG alongside with CG. The upper bracket quarterfinals, we do have Homeboys, Untitled, or maybe Aero, but for now, definitely MV and Vamos.
It is, of course, not cemented yet. Just in case anyone is confused, this is not the confirmed playoff bracket as much as it might look like it. This is the forecast based on how the standings are at the end of Week 5, Day 1. We definitely expect to see some switch-ups here. We cannot even guarantee if CG and SRG will be in the upper brackets all the way until the end. But that just means even more motivation for these teams to rise up and take them over, and for the teams who are not on this screen to show us what they've got.
Yep, I mean, still, it's anybody's ball game as of right now. We don't know what it's going to look like at the end of the week. Things change drastically considering how tightly knit the league is as of right now. But it's better than what we've seen previously, right? Previously, clearly some losers, clearly some winners, and then a huge gap in between those two sections. So let's have a look at tomorrow's schedule. Just in case you don't know, we still have plenty more games to go through. 3 more best of 3, starting off with Homeboys facing up against CG. A very important match between Aero alongside with MLBB, and then Vamos versus Toda.
Very interesting matches tomorrow. I'm definitely keeping my eye out on match 1, since Homeboys just need 1 victory in order to make it to playoffs, while CG ideally wants to keep points to keep their position in the upper bracket. Aero versus MV, also 2 teams eagerly fighting for 5th, 6th place in the playoffs. I don't think we need to talk about the last match too much.
Don't worry, nothing to worry about there. We'll see how that one's going to progress. But even so, we'll see whether or not. Put your predictions down in chat. Are we going to see the Flying T or the Flying V this time for game number 3? Honestly, all bets are on the table for a Flying T. Do they have enough people? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you can do a Flying T.
Yeah, you can do somewhat of a Flying T.
It could be an easy Flying T.
You can easily do that. Nothing to worry about there, but could it be a V? Even so, today has come to an end, and so far, I think it's a good start to week number 5. You can definitely see the change of faces, at least slowly kind of molting away some of that rust.
Yeah, I think we're all especially proud of Untitled for proving all of us wrong here and showing that they are still capable. But what do you guys think, right? All of you guys watching at home, everyone who might be watching who was here at Dewan Sri Putra, please scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen right now to share your feedback about MPL Malaysia Season 16 with us. Anything at all, good, bad, about the matches, about the setup, the stadium, the casting, the streams, the bathrooms if you want to. Anything at all, share it with us so that we can improve MPL Malaysia even further.
Because without your insights, this wouldn't be a community-driven tournament in the first place. We are moving to bigger and greater things for the following years, but in the meantime, you are the most important as the audience. Once again, it's been a great day to kind of kick off and kind of set the tone for the week. I feel like right now, middle of the standings is still a little kind of everywhere, which is why we're going to keep a close eye on Aero versus MV, because the winner of one of those matches is going to, I think in terms of points, if they 3-0 either ways, they should be able to overtake Untitled, so it's not like Untitled are completely out of the water.
Yeah, that is what we mentioned as well, right? But with that, we're gonna go ahead and close out the day here. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We will see you guys tomorrow for 3 more matches. For now, farewell.
Ada minion lah guys.
Minion guys. Tengok kau orang ni.
Ada caw, ada caw.
Arrow guys.
Aku defend mid guys. Diorang naik, semua naik.
Arrow dulu. Mati.
Let's check kau. Knock it.
Aman kau?
Aku dah bagi mid. Kelas kau.
Mid guys, back mal. Go back mal.
Nice man.
Bisa back mal?
Bro pegang.
Sell the lord.
Jangan reset.
Aku ada emo.
Cover sih.
Sini, tengok aku sini. Habis lo, tengok aku guys.
Boleh.
Boleh. Obsidian off flick. Obsidian guys.
Ini.
Nice. Dia lu knock.
Joy, clean up, Joy. 15.
Nice.
Nah, 15.
Nice.
Bagus.
Nice mancil.
No ulti guys. Kimi no ulti. Dong on the way pergi bawah. Dong on the way.
Mati. Turun semua.
Turun lah guys. Turun.
Aman.
Ulti terus alot tu.
Mana? Kimi. Dari kimi.
Boleh angkat tak?
Ayo.
Nak flicker dia.
Arrow.
Aku pegang belakang guys.
Mana?
Nice one.
Dah. Boleh. Aku datang dah guys.
Jom. Tak ada
Conf flick.
Ada ulti Susin.
Ada.
Give me 15. Hold long push.
Ya.
Min dah nak.
Ini aku tak. Yo, Sansin.
Isin min. Susin dia. Nah.
Flick.
Go. 15.
Guys. Enable guys.
Tebal tap.
Min.
Tap. Ay. Bau aku. Minat tak ada. Baik dah saya lupa.
Kau memang harapan anak bangsa tu.
Guys, I lost dulu guys.
Cila.
I lost dulu guys kalau ada ini.
No minion spawning.
Tukar tapul.
Kill first.
Hold. Kill.
Kill.
Go.